This book was written in a time of velvet and powder, but it is made of gunpowder. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was a watchmaker's son from Geneva, an outsider, a heretic, a man who gave his own children to an orphanage and then wrote the greatest book on how to raise children. He was a walking contradiction, and he knew it. He sat in the forests of Montmorency and wrote a book that begins with the most famous sentence in political philosophy. Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. Not chains of iron, chains of custom, of obedience, of the belief that one man can have authority over another by nature. Rousseau says no. All legitimate authority must be built from the ground up, not on force. Force is only power, and power does not make right. Not on divine right. God does not hand scepters to kings, but on a pact, a social contract, freely entered into by free human beings for their mutual preservation. And the result is not slavery. It is the sovereign people, a collective body that wills the general good, and whoever refuses to obey it shall be forced to be free. That sentence alone has been used to justify democracy and totalitarianism with equal fervor. Rousseau is the father of the modern left and the modern right. He is the philosopher of the French Revolution and the critic of everything the revolution became. He is dangerous. He is essential. He is waiting for you. This is The Social Contract by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1762. Let us begin. The Social Contract, or Principles of Political Right, Book 1. I mean to inquire if in the civil order there can be any sure and legitimate rule of administration, taking men as they are, and laws as they might be. In this inquiry, I shall try always to bring together what right permits with what interest prescribes, so that justice and utility may in no case be divided. I enter upon my task without proving the importance of the subject. I shall be asked if I am a prince or a legislator. To write on politics, I answer that I am neither, and that is why I do so. Were I a prince or a legislator, I should not waste time saying what wants doing. I should do it or hold my peace. As I was born a citizen of a free state and a member of the sovereign, I feel that however feeble the influence my voice may have on public affairs, the right of voting on them makes it my duty to study them. And I am happy whenever I meditate on governments to find in my inquiries new reasons for loving the government of my own country. Chapter 1, subject of the first book. Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. He who believes himself the master of others does not escape being more of a slave than they. How did this change take place? I do not know. What can make it legitimate? That question I believe I can answer. If I took into account only force and the effects that follow from it, I should say, as long as a people is compelled to obey and obeys, it does well. As soon as it can shake off the yoke and shakes it off, it does still better. For in recovering its liberty by the same right by which it was taken away, either it is justified in resuming it, or there was no justification for those who took it away. But the social order is a sacred right, which is the basis of all other rights. Nevertheless, This right does not come from nature. It is founded on conventions. The problem is to understand what those conventions are. Before coming to that, I must establish what I have just been setting forth. Chapter 2, The First Societies. The most ancient of all societies, and the only one that is natural, is the family. Even so, children remain attached to the father only so long as they need him for their preservation. As soon as this need ceases, the natural bond dissolves. The children, released from the obedience they owed to the father, released from the care he owed to his children, all return equally to independence. If they remain united, they continue so no longer naturally, but voluntarily, and the family itself is then maintained only by convention. This common liberty results from the nature of man. His first law is to provide for his own preservation. His first cares are those he owes to himself, and as soon as he reaches the age of reason, he is the sole judge of the proper means of preserving himself, and becomes his own master. The family then may be called the first model of political societies. The ruler corresponds to the father, the people to the children, and all, born free and equal, alienate their liberty only for their own advantage. The only difference is that in the family, the love of the father for his children repays him for the care he takes of them, while in the state, the pleasure of commanding takes the place of this love, which the chief has not for his people. Grotius denies that all human power is established in favor of the governed, and quotes slavery in confirmation. His constant mode of reasoning is to establish right by fact. A more logical method could be employed, but none more favorable to tyrants. It is then doubtful, according to Grotius, whether the human race belongs to 100 men, or whether these 100 men belong to the human race. And throughout his book, he seems to incline to the former view, which is also the opinion of Hobbes. Thus we find the human race divided into herds of cattle, each with its ruler, who keeps guard over them only to devour them, as a shepherd is of a nature superior to that of his flock. So the shepherds of men, who are their rulers, are naturally of a nature superior to that of their peoples. Thus Philo tells us the Emperor Caligula reasoned, concluding equally well from this analogy that kings are gods, or that the people are beasts. The reasoning of Caligula comes back to that of Hobbes and Grotius. Aristotle before them all had also said that men are by no means equal by nature, but that some are born for slavery and others for dominion. Aristotle was right, but he took the effect for the cause. Nothing can be more certain than that every man born in slavery is born for slavery. Slaves lose everything in their chains, even the desire of escaping from them. They love their servitude, as the companions of Ulysses loved their brutish condition. If then there are slaves by nature, it is because there have been slaves against nature. Force made the first slaves, and their cowardice perpetuated the species. Chapter 3, The Right of the Strongest. The strongest man is never strong enough to be always the master, unless he transforms force into right, and obedience into duty. Hence, the right of the strongest, a right that is apparently meant ironically, and is actually established as a principle. but will anyone ever explain the phrase, "Force is a physical power"? I fail to see what moral effect it can have. To yield to force is an act of necessity, not of will. At most, it is an act of prudence. In what sense can it be a duty? Suppose for a moment that this alleged right exists. I maintain that the only result is a mass of inexplicable nonsense. For once force makes right, the effect changes with the cause. Every force that is greater than the first force succeeds to its right. As soon as it is possible to disobey with impunity, disobedience is legitimate. And since the strongest is always right, the only thing that matters is to act so as to become the strongest. But what kind of right is that which perishes when force fails? If we must obey because of force, we need not obey because of duty. And if we are no longer forced to obey, we are no longer obliged. Clearly then, the word right adds nothing to force. It is meaningless. Obey the powers that be. If this means yield to force, it is a good precept, but superfluous. I answer that it will never be violated. All power comes from God. I admit it. But does all illness come from God too? Are we then forbidden to call in a physician? If a brigand surprises me in a forest, I am compelled to give him my purse. But if I can keep it from him, am I in conscience obliged to give it up? For the pistol he holds is also a power. Let us agree, then, that force does not create right, and that we are obliged to obey only legitimate powers. And so my original question returns. Chapter 4, Slavery. Since no man has a natural authority over his fellow, and force creates no right, we must conclude that conventions form the basis of all legitimate authority among men. If an individual, says Grotius, can alienate his liberty and make himself the slave of a master, why could not a whole people alienate its liberty and make itself the subject of a king? There are here several ambiguous words that need explaining. But let us take the word alienate. To alienate is to give or sell. A man who makes himself the slave of another does not give himself, he sells himself, at the very least for his subsistence. But for what does a people sell itself? Far from supplying his subjects with their subsistence, a king draws his own from them. According to Rabelais, a king does not live on a little. Do subjects then give their persons on condition that their property also be taken? I fail to see what they have left to preserve. It will be said that the despot assures civil tranquility to his subjects. So be it. But what is gained if the wars his ambition brings, his insatiable greed, the vexations of his ministers, afflict them more than their own dissensions would do? What is gained if this very tranquility is one of their miseries? One can live peacefully in a dungeon, but is that enough to make it pleasant? The Greeks shut up in the cave of the Cyclops lived there very tranquilly while awaiting their turn to be devoured. For nothing is to say something absurd and inconceivable. Such an act is illegitimate and null, if only because he who does it is out of his mind. To say the same of a whole people is to suppose a people of madmen, and madness does not make right. Even if each man could alienate himself, he could not alienate his children. They are born men and free. Their liberty belongs to them. No one but they themselves has the right to dispose of it. Before they come to years of discretion, the Father may in their name stipulate conditions for their preservation and well-being. But he cannot give them irrevocably and unconditionally. For such a gift is contrary to the ends of nature and exceeds the rights of paternity. It would therefore be necessary for an arbitrary government to be legitimate, that in each generation the people should be master of admitting or rejecting it. But were that so, the government would cease to be arbitrary, is to renounce being a man, to surrender the rights of humanity and even its duties. For him who renounces everything, no compensation is possible. Such a renunciation is incompatible with the nature of man. And to remove all liberty from his will is to remove all morality from his actions. In short, it is a vain and contradictory convention that stipulates absolute authority on one side and unlimited obedience on the other. Is it not clear that we are under no obligation to a person from whom we have the right to demand everything? Does not this condition alone, without equivalent or exchange, entail the nullity of the act? For what right would my slave have against me? All that he has belongs to me. And since his right is mine, this right of mine against myself is a meaningless phrase. Grotius and the rest find in war another origin of the so-called right of slavery, the victor having the right to kill the vanquished at the price of his liberty. A convention all the more legitimate as it is profitable to both. But it is clear that this alleged right to kill the conquered by no means results from the state of war. Men, simply because they are at peace, are no more enemies than if they were at war. War is constituted by a relation between things and not between persons. And as the state of war cannot arise out of simple personal relations, but only out of real relations. Private war or war of man with man cannot exist, neither in the state of nature where there is no constant property, nor in the social state where everything is under the authority of the laws. Individual combats, duels, encounters are acts that cannot be said to constitute a state. As for the private wars, authorized by the establishments of Louis IX and suspended by the peace of God, they were abuses of feudal government, an absurd system if ever there was one, contrary to the principles of natural right and to all good polity. War, then, is not a relation between man and man, but between state and state, where individuals are enemies only by accident, not as men, nor even as citizens, but as soldiers, not as members of their country, but as its defenders. Finally, each state can have for enemies only other states, not men, because there can be no real relation between things of different natures. This principle agrees with the established rules of all times and the constant practice of all civilized peoples. Declarations of war are less notifications to the powers than to their subjects. The foreigner, whether he be king, individual, or people, who robs, kills, or detains the subjects without declaring war on the prince, is not an enemy. He is a brigand. Even in open war, a just prince, while taking possession of all that belongs to the public in an enemy country, respects the person and goods of individuals. He respects rights, on which his own are founded, the object of war being the destruction of the hostile state. The other side has a right to kill its defenders while they are bearing arms. But as soon as they lay them down and surrender, they cease to be enemies or instruments of the enemy, and revert to the condition of men, strictly private persons, whom it is no longer legitimate to kill. Sometimes it is possible to kill the state without killing a single one of its members. War gives no right that is not necessary to its object. These principles are not those of Grotius. They are not based on the authority of poets, but they derive from the nature of things and are founded on reason. The right of conquest has no other foundation than the law of the strongest. If war does not give the victor the right to massacre the conquered peoples, this right, which he does not have, cannot be the foundation of the right to enslave them. We have the right to kill an enemy only when we cannot make him a slave. So, the right to enslave does not come from the right to kill. It is therefore an iniquitous exchange to make him buy his life at the price of his liberty, over which we have no right. In establishing the right of life and death on the right of slavery, and the right of slavery on the right of life and death, is it not clear that one falls into a vicious circle? Even if we assumed that terrible right to kill everybody, I maintain that a man enslaved in war or a conquered people is under no obligation to obey his master, except so far as he is forced to do so. In taking an equivalent to his life, the victor has not spared it. Instead of killing him unprofitably, he has killed him usefully, so that far from the victor having acquired any authority over him beyond force, the state of war continues between them as before. Their very relation is the effect of it, and the usage of war supposes no peace treaty. They have made a convention, so be it. Far from destroying the state of war, presupposes its continuation. Thus, from whatever side we look at it, the right of slavery is void, not simply because it is illegitimate, but because it is absurd and meaningless. The words slave and right are contradictory. They cancel each other out, whether between one man and one man, or between one man and a people. The following will always be equally meaningless. I enter into an agreement with you wholly at your expense and wholly to my advantage. I will observe it as long as I please, and you shall observe it as long as I please. Chapter 5. That we must always go back to a first convention. Even if I granted all that I have hitherto refuted, the champions of despotism would be no better off. There will always be a great difference between subduing a multitude and ruling a society. Even if scattered individuals were successively enslaved by one man, whatever their number, I can see only a master and slaves. I do not see a people and its chief. It is, if you like, an aggregation, but not an association. There is here neither public good nor body politic. That man, even if he had enslaved half the world, remains always a private individual. His interest, separated from that of the rest, is always a private interest. If he dies, his empire remains scattered and without a bond, as an oak dissolves and falls into a heap of ashes when the fire has consumed it. A people, says Grotius, can give itself to a king. According to Grotius, then, a people is a people before it gives itself to a king. This very gift is a civil act. It presupposes public deliberation. Thus, before examining the act by which a people elects a king, it would be well to examine the act by which a people is a people. For this act, necessarily prior to the other, is the true foundation of society. Indeed, if there were no prior convention, where would be the obligation on the minority to submit to the choice of the majority, unless the election were unanimous, and wets have 100 who wish for a master the right to vote on behalf of 10 who do not? The law of majority voting rests on a convention, and supposes unanimity on at least one occasion. Chapter 6. The Social Compact. I suppose men to have reached the point at which the obstacles in the way of their preservation in the state of nature show their power of resistance to be greater than the resources at the disposal of each individual for his own maintenance in that state. That primitive condition can then subsist no longer, and the human race would perish unless it changed its manner of existence. Now, as men cannot engender new forces, but only unite and direct existing ones, they have no other means of preserving themselves than to form by aggregation a sum of forces that may overcome the resistance, and to set them in motion by a single motive power, and make them act in concert. This sum of forces can arise only from the union of many persons. But the force and liberty of each man being the chief instruments of his preservation, how can he pledge them without harming his own interests, and without neglecting the care he owes to himself? This difficulty in its application to my subject may be stated in these terms. The problem is to find a form of association that will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and goods of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone, and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem of which the social contract provides the solution. The clauses of this contract are so determined by the nature of the act that the slightest modification would make them vain and ineffective. So that, although they have perhaps never been formally set forth, they are everywhere the same and everywhere tacitly admitted and recognized. Until the social compact having been violated, each man regains his original rights and resumes his natural liberty, while losing the conventional liberty for which he renounced it. These clauses, properly understood, may be reduced to one: the total alienation of each associate, together with all his rights to the whole community. For in the first place, as each gives himself absolutely, the conditions are the same for all, and this being so, no one has any interest in making them burdensome to others. Moreover, the alienation being without reserve, the union is as perfect as it can be, and no associate has anything more to demand. For if individuals retained certain rights, as there would be no common superior to decide between them and the public, each being in some points his own judge would soon claim to be so in all, and the state of nature would endure, and the association would necessarily become inoperative or tyrannical. Finally, each man in giving himself to all gives himself to nobody, and as there is no associate over whom he does not acquire the same right as he yields others over himself, he gains an equivalent for everything he loses, and an increase of force for the preservation of what he has. From the social compact, everything that is not essential to it, we shall find that it reduces itself to the following terms. Each of us puts his person and all his power in common, under the supreme direction of the general will. And in our corporate capacity, we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole, at once, in place of the individual personality of each contracting party. This act of association creates a moral and collective body, composed of as many members as the assembly has voices, and receiving from this same act its unity, its common identity, its life, and its will. This public person, so formed by the union of all other persons, formerly took the name of city, and now takes that of republic or body politic. It is called by its members state when it is passive, sovereign when it is active, power when compared to others like itself. Those who are associated in it take collectively the name of people, and severally are called citizens, as sharing in the sovereign authority, and subjects as being under the laws of the state. But these terms are often confused and mistaken one for another. It is enough to know how to distinguish them when they are being used with precision. Chapter 7. The Sovereign. This formula shows us that the act of association comprises a reciprocal commitment between the public and the individuals, and that each individual, contracting as it were with himself, finds himself under a double relation, as a member of the sovereign with respect to individuals, and as a member of the state with respect to the sovereign. But the maxim of civil right that no one is bound by engagements made with himself does not apply in this case, for there is a great difference between incurring an obligation to oneself and incurring one to a whole of which one is a part. Attention must further be called to the fact that public deliberation, while it can bind all the subjects to the sovereign, because of the two different relations in which each of them stands, cannot, for the opposite reason, bind the sovereign to itself, so that it is against the nature of the body politic for the sovereign to impose on itself a law which it cannot break, being able to regard itself only under one relation. It is in the position of an individual contracting with himself. And so we see that there is not, nor can be, any kind of fundamental law obligatory on the body of the people, not even the social contract itself. This does not mean that the body politic cannot perfectly well enter into engagements with others in matters that do not infringe this contract. For with regard to foreign powers, it is a simple being, an individual. But the community and the sovereign are one and the same. The sovereign, being formed wholly of the individuals who compose it, has not and cannot have any interest contrary to theirs. Consequently, the sovereign power has no need of a guarantee against its subjects. For it is impossible that the body should wish to harm all its members, nor shall we see later that it can harm any particular member. The sovereign is always what it should be merely because it exists. But this is not true of the relation of subjects to the sovereign. Despite their common interest, nothing would assure the subjects of keeping their engagements if the sovereign found no means of securing their fidelity. In fact, each individual may, as a man, have a particular will contrary to or dissimilar to the general will which he has as a citizen. His private interest may speak to him quite differently from the common interest. His absolute and naturally independent existence may lead him to look upon what he owes to the common cause as a gratuitous contribution, the loss of which will be less harmful to others than the payment of it is burdensome to himself. And regarding the moral person which constitutes the state as a being of reason, because it is not a man, he would enjoy the rights of citizenship without being willing to fulfill the duties of a subject, an injustice the growth of which would bring about the ruin of the body politic. Thus, in order that the social compact may not be an empty formula, it tacitly includes the undertaking which alone can give force to all the rest, that whoever refuses to obey the general will shall be compelled to do so by the whole body. This means nothing less than that he will be forced to be free. For this is the condition which, by giving each citizen to his country, secures him against all personal dependence, a condition which is the secret and motor of the political machine, and which alone makes legitimate civil engagements. Without it, such engagements would be absurd, tyrannical, and liable to the most frightful abuses. Chapter 8. The Civil State. The passage from the state of nature to the civil state produces a very remarkable change in man. By substituting justice for instinct in his conduct, and giving his actions the morality they had lacked before, it is only then, when the voice of duty takes the place of physical impulses, and right that of appetite, that man who so far had considered only himself finds himself forced to act on different principles, and to consult his reason before listening to his inclinations. Although in this state he deprives himself of several advantages given him by nature, he gains such great ones, his faculties are so stimulated and developed, his ideas so extended, his feelings so ennobled, and his whole soul so uplifted, that did not the abuses of this new condition often degrade him below that which he left, he must ceaselessly bless the happy moment that took him from it forever, and out of a stupid and limited animal made him an intelligent being and a man. Let us draw up the whole account so that it may be easily compared. What man loses by the social contract is his natural liberty, and an unlimited right to everything he tries to get and succeeds in getting. What he gains is civil liberty, and the proprietorship of all he possesses. If we are to avoid mistake in weighing one against the other, we must clearly distinguish natural liberty, which is bounded only by the strength of the individual, from civil liberty, which is limited by the general will, and possession, which is merely the effect of force, or the right of the first occupant, from property, which can be founded only on a positive title. We might add to what man acquires in the civil state moral liberty, which alone makes him truly master of himself. For the mere impulse of appetite is slavery, while obedience to a law we prescribe to ourselves is liberty. But I have already said too much on this subject, and the philosophical meaning of the word liberty does not concern us here. Chapter 9. Real property. Each member of the community gives himself to it. At the moment of its formation, just as he is, himself and all his forces of which the goods he possesses form a part. This does not mean that by this act, possession changes hands and changes its nature, and becomes property in the hands of the sovereign. But just as the forces of the city are incomparably greater than those of an individual, public possession is also in fact stronger and more irrevocable, without being more legitimate, at least for foreigners. For the state, with regard to its members, is master of all their goods by the social contract, which within the state is the basis of all rights. But with regard to other powers, it is master of them only by the right of the first occupant, which it holds from individuals. The right of the first occupant, though more real than the right of the strongest, becomes a true right only after the establishment of property. Every man has naturally a right to everything he needs, but the positive act that makes him proprietor of one thing excludes him from everything else. His share having been assigned him, he ought to keep to it, and has no further right against the community. This is why the right of first occupant, so weak in the state of nature, claims the respect of every man in civil society. In this right, we are respecting not so much what belongs to another as what does not belong to ourselves. In general, to establish the right of first occupant over any piece of ground, the following conditions must be fulfilled. First, the land must not yet be inhabited. Second, a man must occupy only the amount he needs for his subsistence. Third, possession must be taken not by empty ceremonies, but by labor and cultivation. The only sign of proprietorship that ought to be respected by others, in default of a legal title. In granting the right of first occupancy to labor and necessity, are we not really stretching it as far as it can go? Is it possible to leave such a right unlimited? Is it to be enough to set foot on a plot of common ground, in order to be able to call yourself at once the master of it? Is it to be enough that a man has the strength to expel others for a moment, in order to establish his right to keep them from ever returning? How can a man or a people seize an immense territory and keep it from the rest of the world, except by a punishable usurpation, since all others are being robbed of the place of habitation and the means of subsistence which nature gave them in common? When Nunes Balbal, standing on the seashore, took possession of the South Seas and the whole of South America in the name of the Crown of Castile, was that enough to dispossess all their actual inhabitants and to shut out from them all the princes of the world? On such a showing, these ceremonies are idly multiplied, and the Catholic king need only take possession at once from his apartment of the whole universe, merely making a subsequent reservation about what was already in the possession of other princes. We can imagine how the lands of individuals where they were contiguous and came to be united became the public territory, and how the right of sovereignty extending from the subjects to the soil they held came to include both property and persons, which put the possessors in a position of greater dependence, and made their very forces a guarantee of their fidelity, an advantage that does not seem to have been appreciated by the ancient monarchs, who, calling themselves kings of the Persians, Scythians, Macedonians, seem to regard themselves as chiefs of men rather than as masters of a country. Those of the present day more shrewdly call themselves kings of France, Spain, England. In this way, holding the land, they are quite confident of holding the inhabitants. What is singular about this alienation is that the community, in accepting the goods of individuals, far from despoiling them, only assures them lawful possession, and changes usurpation into a true right, and enjoyment into proprietorship. Thus the possessors being regarded as trustees of the public good, and their rights being respected by all the members of the state, and upheld against foreign aggression by all its forces, have, by a cession that benefits both the public and still more themselves, acquired, so to speak, all that they gave up. A paradox that is easily explained by the distinction between the rights which the sovereign and the proprietor have over the same land, as we shall see later. It may also happen that men begin to unite before they possess anything, and that subsequently, taking over a tract of land which is sufficient for all, they enjoy it in common, or share it among themselves, either equally or in proportions fixed by the sovereign. However the acquisition is made, the right which each individual has to his own land is always subordinate to the right which the community has over all. There would be neither solidity in the social bond nor real force in the exercise of sovereignty. I shall end this chapter and this book with a remark on which must be based the whole social system. It is that instead of destroying natural equality, the fundamental compact substitutes for such physical inequality as nature may have set up between men, a moral and legitimate equality, so that men who may be unequal in strength or intelligence become everyone equal by convention and legal right. Book 2, Chapter 1. That sovereignty is inalienable. The first and most important deduction from the principles we have so far laid down is that the general will alone can direct the state according to the object for which it was instituted. That is the common good. For if the clashing of particular interests made the establishment of societies necessary, the agreement of these very interests made it possible. The common element in these different interests is what forms the social tie, and were there no point of agreement among them all, no society could exist. It is solely on the basis of this common interest that every society should be governed. I hold then that sovereignty, being nothing less than the exercise of the general will, can never be alienated, and that the sovereign, who is no less than a collective being, cannot be represented except by himself. The power indeed may be transmitted, but not the will, if it is not impossible for a particular will to agree on some point with the general will. It is at least impossible for the agreement to be lasting and constant. For the particular will tends by its nature to partiality, while the general will tends to equality. It is even more impossible to have a guarantee of this agreement, even if it should always exist. It would be the effect not of art, but of chance. The sovereign may say, I now will what so-and-so wills, or at least what he says he wills. But this is not a promise valid for the future, because the sovereign cannot set himself a law that he cannot break, if he pleases to do so. For the body politic has no master but itself. If a people promises simply to obey, by that very act it dissolves itself and loses what makes it a people. As soon as a master exists, there is no longer a sovereign, and from that moment, the body politic has ceased to exist. This does not mean that the commands of the rulers cannot pass for general wills. So long as the sovereign, being free to oppose them, offers no opposition. In such a case, universal silence is taken to imply the consent of the people. This will be explained later. Chapter 2, that sovereignty is indivisible. Sovereignty, for the same reason as makes it inalienable, is indivisible. For will either is or is not general. It is the will of the whole body of the people, or of only a part. In the first case, the will, when declared, is an act of sovereignty and constitutes law. In the second, it is merely a particular will or an act of magistracy. At most, a decree. But our political theorists, unable to divide sovereignty and principle, divided into object. They divided into force and will, into legislative power and executive power, into rights of taxation, justice, war, into internal administration and power of foreign treaty. Sometimes they confuse all these sections. Sometimes they distinguish them. They turn the sovereign into a fantastic being, made up of several interconnected pieces. It is as if they were making a man of several bodies, one with eyes, one with arms, one with feet, and no other. The charlatans of Japan are said to dismember a child before the eyes of the spectators, then throw all the members one after another into the air, and lo, the child falls down alive and whole. The conjuring tricks of our political theorists are very like that. They dismember the social body by a sleight of hand worthy of the fairground, and then join the pieces together again no one knows how. This error comes from not having formed exact notions of the sovereign authority, and from having taken for parts of that authority what are merely emanations from it. Thus, for example, the acts of declaring war and making peace have been regarded as acts of sovereignty, but this is not so. Each of these acts is not a law, but merely an application of a law, a particular act which decides how the law applies. We shall see this clearly when we come to the idea attached to the word law. Once we trace the other divisions in the same way, we should find that whenever sovereignty seems to be divided, we are mistaken about it. The rights that are taken as parts of sovereignty are all subordinate to it, and always imply supreme wills of which they only execute the decisions. It would be impossible to say how greatly this lack of exactness has obscured the decisions of writers on the subject of political right, when they have tried to judge the respective rights of kings and peoples on the principles they had laid down. Everyone can see in chapters 3 and 4 of the first book of Grotius how the learned man and his translator Barbarac entangle and tie themselves up in their own sophistries, for fear of saying too much or too little of what they think, and so offending the interests they have to conciliate. Grotius, a refugee in France, discontented with his own country, and desirous of paying court to Louis XIII, to whom his book is dedicated, spares no pains to rob the peoples of all their rights and invest kings with them by every conceivable artifice. This would also have been much to the taste of Barbarac, who dedicated his translation to George I of England. But unfortunately, the expulsion of James II, which he called an abdication, forced him to be on his guard, to shift about, and to equivocate, so as not to make William out a usurper. If these two writers had adopted the true principles, all difficulties would have been removed, and they would have been always consistent. But they would sadly have spoken the truth and paid court only to the people. Truth, however, does not lead to fortune, and the people does not confer either embassies, professorships, or pensions. Chapter 3. Whether the general will can err. It follows from what has gone before that the general will is always right and tends to the public advantage. But it does not follow that the deliberations of the people are always equally correct. We always want what is advantageous to us, but we do not always see it. The people is never corrupted, but it is often deceived, and on such occasions only does it seem to will what is bad. There is often a great difference between the will of all and the general will. The latter considers only the common interest. The former considers private interest and is only a sum of particular wills. But take away from these same wills the pluses and minuses that cancel one another, and the general will remains as the sum of the differences. If the people, when adequately informed, held its deliberations, and there were no communication among citizens except in their common deliberation, the general will would always emerge from the great number of small differences, and the deliberation would always be good. But when factions arise and partial associations are formed at the expense of the great association, the will of each of these associations becomes general in relation to its members, and particular in relation to the state. It may then be said that there are no longer as many votes as there are men, but only as many as there are associations. The differences become fewer and give a less general result. Finally, when one of these associations is so great as to prevail over all the rest, the result is no longer a sum of slight differences, but a single difference. In that case, there is no longer a general will, and the opinion that prevails is purely particular. It is therefore essential, if the general will is to be able to express itself, that there should be no partial society within the state, and that each citizen should think only his own thoughts. Such was the sublime and unique system established by the great Lycurgus. If there are partial societies, it is best to have as many as possible and to prevent them from being unequal, as was done by Solon, Numa, and Servius. These precautions are the only ones that can ensure that the general will shall be always enlightened, and that the people shall in no way deceive itself. Chapter 4. The limits of sovereign power. If the state is a moral person whose life is in the union of its members, and if the most important of its cares is the care for its own preservation, it must have a universal and compelling force in order to move and dispose each part as may be most advantageous to the whole. As nature gives each man absolute power over all his members, the social compact gives the body politic absolute power over all its members also. And it is this power which, under the direction of the general will, bears, as I have said, the name of sovereignty. But besides the public person, we have to consider the private persons composing it, whose life and liberty are naturally independent of it. We are bound, then, to distinguish clearly between the respective rights of the citizens and the sovereign, and between the duties the former have to fulfill as subjects and the natural rights they should enjoy as men. We must grant that all that each individual alienates by the social compact of his power, his goods, his liberty, is only that part of them whose use is of consequence to the community. But we must also grant that only the sovereign is judge of what is of consequence. The sovereign can lay no commands on its subjects that are of no use to the community. But it is equally true that it can wish for nothing that is not useful. For under the law of reason, nothing is done without a cause, no more than under the law of nature. The undertakings that bind us to the social body are obligatory only because they are mutual, and their nature is such that in fulfilling them, a man cannot work for others without working for himself. The general will is always right, and everybody wants the happiness of each of us. But no one follows this judgment when it is not his own. Hence the necessity of compulsion to make the private interest agree with the common interest, which makes it clear that the sovereign power, absolute, sacred, inviolable as it is, does not and cannot exceed the limits of general conventions, and that every man may dispose at will of such goods and liberty as these conventions leave him. The sovereign is sole judge of what is important, but the sovereign has no right to lay more charges on one subject than on another, because that would be a particular matter where the sovereign is no longer competent. These distinctions once admitted, it is so false that there is in the social contract any real renunciation on the part of the individuals, that their position as a result of the contract is in reality preferable to that which it was before. Instead of an alienation, they have made an advantageous exchange. Instead of an uncertain and precarious way of living, they have got a better and more secure one. Natural independence for liberty, their power of harming others for their own security, and their own strength, which the might of others could overcome for a right which social union makes invincible. Their very life, which they have devoted to the state, is constantly protected by it. And when they risk it in its defense, what more are they doing than giving back what they have received from it? What are they doing that they would not do more often and more fatally in the state of nature, in which there is inevitably a state of war, and they defend their lives at the peril of their lives? All have to fight when the fatherland needs them for its defense, but then no one ever has to fight for himself. Do we not gain by running on behalf of what gives us security? A part of the risks we should have to run for ourselves alone, as soon as that security is taken from us. Chapter 5. The Right of Life and Death. The right of life and death is asked how individual citizens who have no right to dispose of their own lives can transfer to the sovereign a right which they do not possess. This question seems hard to answer only because it is wrongly formulated. Every man has a right to risk his own life in order to preserve it. Has it ever been said that a man who throws himself out of a window to escape from a fire is guilty of suicide? Has such a crime ever been laid to the charge of him who perishes in a storm because when he embarked he was not ignorant of the danger? The social treaty has for its end the preservation of the contracting parties. He who wills the end wills the means also, and the means must involve some risks, and even some losses. He who wishes to preserve his life at the expense of others should also, when it is necessary, be ready to give it up for their sake. The citizen is no longer the judge of the dangers to which the law desires him to expose himself. And when the prince says to him, "It is expedient for the state that you should die," he ought to die, because it is only on that condition that he has been living in security up to the present, and because his life is no longer a mere bounty of nature, but a conditional gift of the state. The death penalty inflicted upon criminals may be looked on in much the same light. It is in order that we may not fall victims to an assassin that we consent to die if we ourselves turn assassins. In this treaty, so far from disposing of our own lives, we think only of securing them, and it is not to be assumed that any of the parties then expects to get himself hanged. Moreover, every wrongdoer by attacking society becomes by his crimes a rebel and a traitor to his country. By violating its laws, he ceases to be a member of it. He makes war upon it. In such circumstances, the preservation of the state is inconsistent with his own. One or the other must perish. In putting the guilty to death, we slay not so much the citizen as an enemy. The trial and the sentence are the proofs that he has broken the social treaty, and is in consequence no longer a member of the state. Since then, he has recognized himself to be such by living there. He must be removed by exile as a violator of the compact, or by death as a public enemy. For such an enemy is not a moral person, he is merely a man. And that is the case where the right of war is to kill the vanquished. But, it will be said, the condemnation of a criminal is a particular act. I agree, but then this condemnation does not belong to the sovereign. It is a right which the sovereign can confer, but cannot itself exercise. All my ideas are consistent, but I cannot expound them all at once. Furthermore, frequency of punishment is always a sign of weakness, or remissness on the part of the government. There is not a single wicked man who could not be made good for some purpose. The state has no right to put to death, even for the sake of making an example, anyone whom it can leave alive without danger. The right of pardoning or exempting a guilty person from the penalty imposed by the law and pronounced by the judge belongs only to the authority which is superior both to the judge and to the law. That is the sovereign, but its right in this matter is far from being clear, and the cases for exercising it are extremely rare. In a well-governed state, there are few punishments, not because many pardons are granted, but because criminals are few. When the state is in decay, the multitude of crimes ensures their impunity. In the Roman Republic, neither the Senate nor the consuls ever attempted to pardon. Even the people never did so, though it sometimes revoked its own decision. Frequent pardons show that before long, crime will have no need of them, and no one can fail to see where that leads. But I feel my heart protesting and restraining my pen. Let us leave these questions to the just man who has never offended, and who has never himself stood in need of pardon. Chapter 6, Law. I have already said that there is no general will about a particular object, for this particular object is either within the state or outside the state. If it is outside the state, a will that is foreign to it cannot be general in relation to it. If it is within the state, it is part of the state. And in that case, there arises a relation between the whole and its part, which makes them two separate beings, the part being one, and the whole less that part being the other. But the whole less a part is not the whole. And so long as this relation persists, there is no whole, but two unequal parts. It follows that the will of one is no longer general in relation to the other. Decrees for the whole people, it considers only itself. And if a relation is then formed, it is between the whole object from one point of view and the whole object from another point of view, without any division of the whole. Then the matter decreed is as general as the will that decrees it. It is this act that I call a law. When I say that the object of laws is always general, I mean that law considers subjects collectively and actions as abstract, never a particular man or a particular action. Thus the law may decree that there shall be privileges, but cannot confer them on anyone by name. It may set up several classes of citizens. It may even specify the qualifications for membership of these classes. But it cannot nominate such and such persons as belonging to them. It may establish a royal government and hereditary succession, but it cannot choose a king or nominate a royal family. In a word, no function that has a particular object belongs to the legislative power. On this view, we at once see that it can no longer be asked whose business it is to make laws, since they are acts of the general will, nor whether the prince is above the law, since he is a member of the state, nor whether the law can be unjust, since no one is unjust to himself, nor how we can be free and yet subject to the laws, since they are merely registers of our own wills. We also see that as the law combines the universality of the will and the universality of the object, what any man, whoever he may be, commands on his own account is no law. Even what the sovereign commands on a particular object is no law but a decree. Nor is it an act of sovereignty, but one of magistracy. I therefore call republic any state that is ruled by laws, under whatever form of administration this may be. For in such a case alone does the public interest govern, and the res publica rank as a reality. Every legitimate government is republican. What is government? I will explain later. Laws are, properly speaking, only the conditions of civil association. The people, being subject to the laws, ought to be their author. The conditions of the society ought to be regulated solely by those who come together to form it. But how can they regulate them? Is it by unanimous agreement? By a sudden inspiration? Has the body politic an organ to declare its will? Who can give it the foresight necessary to formulate its acts and publish them in advance? Or how can it pronounce them in the hour of need? How can a blind multitude, which often does not know what it wants because it rarely knows what is good for it, carry out for itself so great and difficult an enterprise as a system of legislation? Of itself the people wants always the good, but of itself it does not always see it. The general will is always right, but the judgment which guides it is not always enlightened. It must be made to see objects as they are. It must be shown the good road it is in search of. It must be secured from the seduction of private wills. It must be given a sense of time and place. It must weigh present and palpable advantages against the danger of distant and hidden evils. Individuals see the good they reject. The public wants the good it does not see. All are equally in need of guides. The former must be compelled to bring their wills into conformity with their reason. The latter must learn to know what it wants. From this arises the necessity of a legislator. Chapter 7. The Legislator. To discover the rules of society best suited to nations. There would need to exist a superior intelligence who could understand the passions of men without feeling them, who had no affinity with our nature but knew it to its depths, whose happiness was independent of ours, but who would nevertheless make our happiness his concern, who would be content to wait in the fullness of time for a distant glory, and to labor in one age to enjoy the fruits in another. Gods would be needed to give laws to men. The reasoning of Caligula on the point of fact was right on the point of reason seen by Plato. For laws, like the men who make them, are imperfect. The legislator is the engineer who invents the machine. The prince is merely the workman who sets it up and makes it go. At the birth of societies, says Montesquieu, the rulers of republics establish institutions, and afterwards the institutions mold the rulers. The making of a people's institutions ought to feel himself capable of changing human nature, of transforming each individual who is by himself a complete and solitary whole, into a part of a greater whole from which he in a sense receives his life and being, of altering man's constitution in order to strengthen it, of substituting a partial and moral existence for the physical and independent existence which we have all received from nature. He must, in short, take away from man his own resources and give him instead new ones, alien to him, and which he cannot make use of without the help of others. The more completely these natural resources are annihilated, the greater and more lasting are those which he acquires, and the more stable and perfect the new institutions, so that if each citizen is nothing and can do nothing except with all the rest, and the force acquired by the whole is equal or superior to the sum of the natural forces of all the individuals. The legislation is at the highest possible point of perfection. The legislator occupies in every respect an extraordinary position in the state. If he should do so by his genius, he does so no less by his office. It is not magistracy, it is not sovereignty. This office which constitutes the republic does not enter into its constitution. It is a particular and superior function, having nothing in common with human empire. For if he who holds command over men ought not to have command over laws, he who has command over laws ought no more to command men. Otherwise his laws would be ministers of his passions, and would often merely serve to perpetuate his injustices. His own private aims would inevitably mar the sanctity of his work. When Lycurgus gave laws to his country, he began by resigning his throne. It was the custom of most Greek towns to entrust the establishment of their laws to strangers. The republics of modern Italy in many cases followed this example. That of Geneva did the same and profited by it. Rome in its best age saw all the crimes of the Tarquins revive in its midst, and found itself on the brink of ruin because it had united the legislative authority and the sovereign power in the same hands. Nevertheless, the decemvirs themselves never claimed the right to pass any law by their own authority alone. They said to the people, "Nothing we propose to you can pass into law without your consent. Romans, be yourselves the authors of the laws which are to make you happy. He who frames the laws, therefore, has not or should not have any right of legislation. And the people itself cannot, even if it wishes, divest itself of this incommunicable right. Because according to the fundamental compact, only the general will can bind the individuals, and there can be no assurance that a particular will is in conformity with the general will until it has been submitted to the free suffrage of the people. But it is worth repeating. Thus, in the task of legislation, we find at one and the same time two things which seem incompatible: an enterprise beyond human strength, and to execute it, an authority that is null. There is another difficulty that deserves attention. Wise men who try to speak their language to the common herd instead of its own cannot be understood by the people. There are 1,000 kinds of ideas that cannot be translated into the language of the populace. Conceptions that are too general and objects that are too remote are equally out of its range. Each individual having no taste for any scheme of government except that which relates to his own particular interest, finds it hard to realize the advantages he might hope to draw from the privations that good laws impose. What is needed for a people to be capable of receiving the best possible laws is that its reason should be mature before it is bound by rules. For a nascent people to be able to appreciate sound maxims of government and to follow the fundamental rules of statecraft, the effect would have to become the cause. The social spirit which legislation should bring about would have to preside over the legislation itself. Men would have to be before the laws what they should become by means of them, so that the legislator, being unable to appeal to either force or reason, must have recourse to an authority of a different order, one which can compel without violence and persuade without convincing. This is what has at all times forced the fathers of nations to have recourse to divine intervention, and to credit the gods with their own wisdom, submitting to the laws of the state as to those of nature, and recognizing the same power in the formation of man as in that of the city, obeyed freely and bore with docility the yoke of public happiness. This sublime reason which rises above the reach of the common herd is that whose decisions the legislator puts into the mouth of the immortals, in order to constrain by divine authority those whom human prudence could not move. But it is not for every man to make the gods speak, nor to be believed when he proclaims himself their interpreter. The great soul of the legislator is the only miracle that can prove his mission. Any man may grave tablets of stone, or buy an oracle, or feign secret intercourse with some divinity, or train a bird to whisper in his ear, or find other vulgar means of imposing on the people. He who knows no more than this may perchance assemble a crowd of foolish men, but he will never found an empire, will soon perish with him. Vain deceit forms but a passing tie. Only wisdom can make it lasting. The Judaic law which still exists, and that of the child of Ishmael which has ruled half the world for 10 centuries, still proclaim today the greatness of the men who laid them down. And while the pride of philosophy or the blind spirit of faction sees in them no more than lucky impostors, the true political theorist admires in the institutions they set up the great and powerful genius which presides over lasting establishments. From the foregoing, we must not conclude with Warburton that politics and religion have among us a common object, but that at the origin of nations, the one is used as an instrument of the other. Chapter 8: The People. As before erecting a large building, the architect surveys and sounds the site to see if it will bear the weight. The wise institutor does not begin by drawing up laws good in themselves, whether the people for whom he intends them is fit to bear them. Hence, Plato refused to legislate for the Arcadians and the Cyrenians, because he knew that both peoples were rich and could not tolerate equality. Hence, good laws and bad men were found together in Crete, because Minos had disciplined a people already burdened with vice. 1,000 nations have shone upon the earth that could never have enjoyed good laws, and even those that could had only a very short time in their whole history for doing so. Most peoples, like most men, are docile only in their youth. As they grow old, they become incorrigible. Once customs have been established and prejudices have taken root, it is dangerous and useless to try to reform them. The people cannot bear even the thought of touching its evils, for fear of being hurt. Like those stupid and cowardly patients who tremble at the sight of a physician. But just as some diseases unsettle men's heads, and take from them the memory of the past, so sometimes in the life of states there occur violent periods when revolutions do to peoples what certain crises do to individuals, when horror of the past takes the place of forgetfulness, and the state set on fire by civil wars is born again, so to speak, from its ashes, and takes on anew, fresh from the jaws of death, the vigor of youth. Such was Sparta at the time of Lycurgus. Such was Rome after the Tarquins. And such in modern times have been Holland and Switzerland after the expulsion of the tyrants. But such events are rare. They are exceptions whose cause is always to be found in the particular constitution of the state concerned. They cannot even happen twice to the same people, for a people can make itself free only while it is still barbarian, but cannot do so when its civil vigor is exhausted. Troubles then may destroy it, without revolutions being able to restore it. And once its chains are broken, it falls apart and ceases to exist. Henceforward, it needs a master and not a liberator. Free peoples remember this maxim: liberty can be gained, but can never be recovered. Youth is the time for a nation to be disciplined, but I admit that it is sometimes difficult for a nascent people to have in the laws the wisdom of an old one, and to bear the severities of a rigorous discipline. The spirit of liberty is hard to tame. It thrives on the storm and cannot grow without some ferment. There are peoples that are undisciplinable by nature, and others that are still more so by climate and soil. Chapter 9, The People, continued. As nature has set bounds to the stature of a well-formed man, and outside those bounds makes nothing but giants or dwarfs. So likewise for the constitution of the state to be at its best, it is possible to fix limits that make it neither too large for good government, nor too small to maintain itself. In every political body there is a maximum of force, which it cannot exceed, and which it only falls short of by increasing its size. Every extension of the social tie means its relaxation, and in general, a small state is proportionally stronger than a great one. 1,000 reasons can prove this maxim. Firstly, administration becomes more difficult over great distances. Just as a lever has less power the longer it is, it becomes more burdensome the more numerous the administrative tiers. For each town has its own administration, which is paid for by the people. Each district its own, paid for by the people. Then each province. Then the great governments, the satrapies, the viceroyalties, all of which cost more the higher you go, and always at the expense of the unfortunate people, to say nothing of the highest administration which completes the crushing of the whole. All this superfluous effort represents a continual drain on the subjects, and far from being better governed by all these different orders, they are worse governed than if they had but one over them. Meanwhile, there are hardly resources left for emergencies, and when recourse must be had to them, the state is always on the verge of ruin. That is not all. The government has less vigor and swiftness in enforcing the laws, in preventing nuisances, in correcting abuses, in forestalling seditious enterprises which may arise in distant places. The people has less affection for its rulers, whom it never sees, for the fatherland which is to its eyes like the world, and for its fellow citizens, most of whom are strangers to it. The same laws cannot suit so many diverse provinces, with different customs and living under opposite climates, and different laws can only breed trouble and confusion among peoples, which, living under the same ruler and in constant communication, mingle and intermarry. Their customs never quite merge, and they never know whether their patrimony is really their own. Virtues unknown, vices unpunished, in a multitude of men unknown to one another gathered in one place at the seat of the central administration. The leaders, overwhelmed by the weight of business, see nothing for themselves. Clerks govern the state. In a word, the measures needed to maintain the general authority to which so many distant officials try to avoid submitting or to overreach, swallow up all the public attention. There is none left for the happiness of the people, and hardly any for its defense in time of need. And thus a body which is too large for its constitution collapses and falls, crushed under its own weight. On the other hand, the state must give itself a certain breadth of base in order to be solid and to resist the violent shocks that it is bound to experience. For all peoples have a kind of centrifugal force by which they continually act one upon another, and tend to grow at one another's expense, like the vortices of Descartes. Thus the weak risk being swallowed up. And none can preserve itself except by putting itself into a kind of equilibrium with all that keeps the pressure everywhere nearly equal. We can see from this that there are reasons for expansion and reasons for contraction. and it is no small part of the politician's skill to find between them both the proportion most favorable to the preservation of the state. It may be said in general that the former reasons, being merely external and relative, ought to be subordinated to the latter, which are internal and absolute. A strong and healthy constitution is the first thing to be looked for, and it is better to count on the vigor born of a good government than on the resources furnished by a great territory. It may be added that there has been states so constituted that the necessity of making conquests entered into their very nature, and that in order to maintain themselves, they were forced to expand without limit. Perhaps they congratulated themselves greatly on this happy necessity, which nonetheless pointed out to them, along with the limit of their greatness, the inevitable moment of their fall. Chapter 10. The People Continued. A body politic may be measured in two ways, either by the extent of its territory or by the number of its people. And there is between these two measurements a proper relation which makes the state really great. It is men who make up the state, and it is the land that feeds the men. This relation, therefore, consists in there being land enough for the subsistence of the inhabitants, and as many inhabitants as the land can feed. It is in this proportion that we find the maximum of force of any given number of people. For if there is too much land, its defense is a burden, its cultivation inadequate, its produce superfluous. That is the proximate cause of defensive wars. If there is not enough, the state depends on its neighbors for the supplement. That is the proximate cause of offensive wars. Every people whose position gives it no choice between commerce and war is weak in itself. It depends on its neighbors. It depends on events. Its existence is always uncertain and brief. It may conquer and change its situation, but it can never be sure of keeping what it has won, or of holding out against others. Only the vigor of the government can maintain the state. The best government is always that of a great people. Its wealth and extent give it great force, but the chief guarantee of its preservation lies in good institutions. The first thing for it to do is to be just and strong. Thus, the principle of the Roman Republic was the continual enlargement of its territory, but the greatness of its extent was the real cause of its ruin. It is much easier to make conquests than to administer them. The first thing a state should do when it sets itself to conquer is to prepare for the extension of its own laws. But this is often beyond its strength. Wise conquerors did not try to impose their own laws. They tried to keep the old ones while taking care not to multiply the number of their subjects beyond what good government could attend to. It is not extension of territory that makes a state great. It is the vigor of its members. A state may be small and still be the strongest if its institutions are good. For the strength of a state does not lie in its territory. It lies in its citizens. The greatest nations have been ruined by overextension. The wisest have flourished by keeping within bounds. The relation between territory and population must therefore be such that the land suffices for the maintenance of the inhabitants, and that there are as many inhabitants as the land can maintain. It is in this proportion that a given number of people reaches the maximum of force. This relation is not one that can be fixed in advance. It depends on the quality of the land. its fertility, the nature of its produce, the influence of the climate, and on the particular characteristics of the neighboring inhabitants, such as their fertility, the physical constitution of their bodies, their consumption, and the rate of their growth. The legislator must pay attention to all these factors. He must not go by what he sees, but by what he foresees. He must not dwell upon the actual state of the population, so much as upon the state it is naturally going to reach. Finally, there are 1,000 occasions when special local circumstances make it necessary or advisable to take in more land than might seem needful. Thus, expansion may be necessary in a mountainous country, where the natural products, that is, woods and pastures, require less labor, where experience shows that women are more fertile than in the plains, and where the great slopes of the ground mean that only a small part can be cultivated. On the other hand, people may concentrate on the seashore, even in rocky and almost barren areas, because fishing can make up to a great extent for the lack of land, because men must live close together to ward off pirates, and because it is easier to relieve the pressure of population by means of colonies. To these rules we must add one that no others can replace, without which all the rest are useless, that men must enjoy plenty and peace. For at the time when a state is founded, as at all other times, the greatest strength of the body politic lies in the resistance of the parts, in the absence of internal divisions, and in the union of all for the common good. Every state that is devastated by internal wars or is oppressed by a tyrant is on the verge of ruin. The crucial moment in the life of a state is when it is founded. But this moment cannot be chosen. It must be seized. 1,000 circumstances may stand in the way, and the legislator may arrive too late as he may arrive too early. A people may be ripe for discipline at one moment and unripe the next. Its whole future depends on this. The time of its youth must be used to give it good institutions. Once this moment has passed, the people will be incapable of receiving them. When customs and prejudices have taken root, it is a rash and futile enterprise to try to reform them. The people cannot even bear the thought of touching its evils, lest it should be hurt. Like those foolish and cowardly patients who tremble at the sight of the physician. But just as some illnesses overturn men's heads and take from them the memory of the past, so sometimes in the life of states there occur violent periods when revolutions do to peoples what certain crises do to individuals, when horror of the past takes the place of forgetfulness, and the state set on fire by civil wars is born again, so to speak, from its ashes, and takes on anew, fresh from the jaws of death, the vigor of youth. Such was Sparta at the time of Lycurgus, after the Tarquins, and such in modern times have been Holland and Switzerland after the expulsion of the tyrants. But such events are rare. They are exceptions whose cause is always to be found in the particular constitution of the state concerned. They cannot even happen twice to the same people. For a people can make itself free only while it is still barbarian, but cannot do so when its civil vigor is exhausted. Troubles, then, may destroy it, without revolutions being able to restore it. And once its chains are broken, it falls apart and ceases to exist. Henceforward, it needs a master and not a liberator. Free peoples remember this maxim. Liberty can be gained, but can never be recovered. Chapter 11. the various systems of legislation. If we are asked what precisely is the greatest good of all, which ought to be the end of every system of legislation, we shall find that it reduces itself to two main objects: liberty and equality. Liberty, because any particular dependence is so much force withdrawn from the body of the state. Equality, because liberty cannot exist without it. I have already said what civil liberty is. With regard to equality, we must not understand by this word that the degrees of power and riches are to be absolutely identical for everybody, but that power shall never be great enough to use violence, and shall always be exercised by virtue of rank and law, and that with regard to riches, no citizen shall ever be wealthy enough to buy another, and none poor enough to be forced to sell himself. This implies on the part of the great moderation in goods and influence, and on the part of the common people moderation in avarice and covetousness. Such equality, we are told, is a speculative fiction that cannot exist in practice. But if abuse is inevitable, does it follow that we should not at least regulate it? It is precisely because the force of things tends always to the destruction of equality, that the force of legislation must always tend to its maintenance. But these general objects of every good institution must be modified in each country by the relations that arise both from the local situation and from the character of the inhabitants. It is on the basis of these relations that each people must be assigned a particular system of laws, which shall be the best, not perhaps in itself, but for the state for which it is destined. For example, is the soil ingrate and barren, or the country too confined for its inhabitants? Turn your whole attention to industry and the arts, so that their products may be exchanged for the foodstuffs you lack. If on the contrary you dwell in rich plains or fertile hills, if you have plenty of good land and are short of inhabitants, give all your care to agriculture, which multiplies men, and drive out the arts, which would only complete the depopulation of the country by gathering into a few hands the few inhabitants there are. If you live on an extensive and convenient seaboard, cover the sea with ships, and cultivate commerce and navigation, your existence will be brilliant but brief. If the sea washes nothing but almost inaccessible rocks along your shores, remain barbarous and fish-eaters. You will live in greater peace, better perhaps, and certainly more happily. In a word, besides the rules common to all, each people contains within itself some cause which shapes it in a particular way and renders its legislation proper to it alone. Thus the Hebrews long ago, and the Arabs more recently, have had religion as their chief object. Athens had letters, Carthage and Tyre had commerce, Rhodes had its navy, Sparta had war, and Rome had virtue. The author of the Spirit of the Laws has shown with a multitude of examples the art by which the legislator directs the Constitution towards each of these objects. What makes the Constitution of a state truly solid and lasting is the due observance of what is proper, so that the natural relation is always in agreement with the laws on every point, and the law, so to speak, serves only to assure, accompany, and rectify it. If, however, the legislator makes a mistake and takes a wrong principle from the one that arises from the nature of things, if his principle makes for servitude while the natural principle makes for liberty, the one for riches and the other for population, the one for peace and the other for conquest, the laws will be found to grow imperceptibly weaker, the constitution to alter, and the state will have no rest from trouble till it is either destroyed or changed. An invincible nature has regained her empire. Chapter 12. Division of the laws. To order the whole, or to give the best possible form to the public thing, there are various relations to be considered. First, the action of the whole body acting upon itself. That is the relation of the whole to the whole, of the sovereign to the state. And this relation is composed of that of the intermediate terms. As we shall see later, the laws which regulate this relation bear the name of political laws, and are also called fundamental laws, not without some reason, if these laws are wise. For if in each state there is only one good way of ordering it, the people that has found it ought to stick to it. But if the established order is bad, why should laws that prevent it from being good be taken as fundamental? Besides, in any case, a people is always master of changing its laws, even the best. For if it chooses to do itself harm, who can have the right to stop it? The second relation is that of the members with one another, or with the body as a whole. This relation should be as small as possible in the first case, and as great as possible in the second, so that each citizen shall be in a state of perfect independence of all the rest, and of excessive dependence on the city. This is always brought about by the same means, for only the force of the state can give liberty to its members. It is on this second relation that civil laws are founded. We may add a third kind of relation between man and law, that of disobedience and penalty. This gives rise to the establishment of criminal laws, which are fundamentally not so much a particular kind of law as the sanction behind all the others. To these three kinds of law, there must be added a fourth, the most important of all, which is engraven not on marble or brass, but in the hearts of the citizens, which forms the true constitution of the state, which gains new force every day, which, when other laws age or die out, revives or replaces them, which preserves the people in the spirit of its institution, and imperceptibly substitutes the force of habit for that of authority. I am speaking of manners, customs, and above all of opinion, a part of the laws unknown to our political theorists, but on which the success of all the rest depends, a part to which the great legislator secretly attends, while he appears to confine himself to particular regulations, that are, after all, only the arching of the vault, whereas manners, slower to arise, form at last its immovable keystone. Among the various classes of laws, the political laws that regulate the form of the government are alone relevant to my subject. Book 3, Chapter 1, Government in General. I warn the reader that this chapter must be read carefully. I do not know the art of being clear for those who are not willing to be attentive. Every free action has two causes that come together to produce it. One moral, the will that determines the act. The other physical, the power that executes it. When I walk towards an object, it is necessary first that I should want to go there, and second, that my feet should carry me. A paralyzed man who wants to walk does not walk. A nimble man who does not want to also does not walk. The body politic has the same moving causes. We can distinguish in it force and will, the latter under the name legislative power, the former executive power. Nothing is done or should be done without their concurrence. We have seen that the legislative power belongs to the people and can belong only to it. It is easy to see, on the contrary, by the principles laid down above, that the executive power cannot belong to the generality as legislative or sovereign, because this power consists wholly in particular acts that are outside the competence of the law, and consequently of the sovereign, whose every act can only be a law. The public force, therefore, needs an agent of its own to bring it together and set it to work, according to the directions of the general will, to serve as a means of communication between the state and the sovereign, to do in some sense for the public person what the union of soul and body does for man. This is the reason for government in the state, wrongly confused with the sovereign, of which it is only the minister. What then is government? An intermediate body established between the subjects and the sovereign to secure their mutual correspondence, charged with the execution of the laws and the maintenance of liberty, both civil and political. The members of this body are called magistrates or kings, that is, governors, and the whole body bears the name of prince. So those who hold that the act by which a people submits to chiefs is not a contract are quite right. It is absolutely only a commission, an employment, in which as simple officers of the sovereign, they exercise in its name the power of which it has made them depositaries, a power that it can limit, modify, and resume at will. The alienation of such a right being incompatible with the nature of the social body and contrary to the end of association, I call then government or supreme administration the legitimate exercise of the executive power, and prince or magistrate the man or body charged with that administration. It is in government that we find the intermediate forces whose relations determine the relation of the whole to the whole, or of the sovereign to the state. This last relation can be represented by that of the extremes of a continuous proportion, whose mean proportional is the government, the commands it gives the people, and for the state to be in proper equilibrium. There must be equality, all things considered, between the product or power of the government taken by itself, and the product or power of the citizens, who are sovereign in one respect and subjects in another. Further, none of these three terms can be altered without instantly destroying the proportion. If the sovereign tries to govern, or if the magistrate tries to give laws, or if the subjects refuse to obey, disorder takes the place of rule. Force and will no longer act together. The state is dissolved and falls into despotism or anarchy. Finally, as there is only one mean proportional between each relation, there is also only one good government possible for a state. But as 1,000 events may change the relations of a people, different governments may be good not only for different peoples, but for the same people at different times, in trying to give an idea of the various relations that may hold between these two extreme terms. I shall take as an example the number of the people as a relation that is easier to express. Suppose the state is composed of 10,000 citizens. The sovereign can be considered only collectively and as a body. But each subject as an individual is considered as an individual. Thus, the sovereign is to the subject as 10,000 is to one. That is, each member of the state has as his own share only 1/10,000th part of the sovereign authority, although he is subject to all the rest. Let the people consist of 100,000 men. The condition of the subjects does not change. Each has to bear the full empire of the laws, while his vote, reduced to 100,000th, has 10 times less influence in the drawing up of them. So that while the subject remains always one, the ratio of the sovereign to the subject increases with the number of the citizens. The less liberty there is. When I say the ratio increases, I mean that it moves away from equality. So the greater the ratio in the sense used by geometricians, the less relation there is in the ordinary sense. In the first case, the ratio is 10,000 to 1. In the second, 100,000 to 1, the subject being always one. Now the ratio of the government to the people should be in inverse proportion to that of the sovereign to the subjects, so that the more the people grows, the more the government should be concentrated, in order that the number of magistrates may decrease in proportion to the increase of the people. I am only speaking here of the relative force of government, not of its rectitude. For on the contrary, the more numerous the magistracy, the more the corporate will approaches the general will, but the less is its force. Whereas under a single magistrate, the corporate will is only a particular will, but its force reaches its maximum. Thus, the ratio is reversed. Active government in the hands of one acts more vigorously than in the hands of several. The maximum concentration brings the maximum of force, but it also brings the maximum of danger. In general, the more a people is in number, the more should the government be tempered. The fewer the number, the more the government can be concentrated. We shall see later how one can find the exact ratio between the number of magistrates and the forces of the government. Meanwhile, let us be content to state the rule. Just as the particular will acts incessantly against the general will, so the government exerts a continual effort against sovereignty. The more this effort increases, the more the Constitution alters. And as there is here no other corporate will to resist that of the prince by creating an equilibrium, sooner or later, the prince must end by crushing the sovereign and breaking the social treaty. This is the inherent and inevitable vice, which, from the birth of the body politic, tends without respite to destroy it. Just as old age and death destroy the body of a man, there are two general ways in which a government degenerates, namely, when it shrinks or when the state dissolves. The government shrinks when it passes from a large number to a small one, that is, from democracy to aristocracy, and from aristocracy to monarchy. This is its natural tendency. If it went in reverse from a small number to a large, it could be said to relax. But this reverse progress is impossible. Indeed, government never changes form, except when its exhausted spring lets it slip too low, and it can no longer maintain itself in the form it has adopted. So if in relaxing it still extended its spring, its force would become nothing, and it would fail to survive even more quickly. It must therefore wind up and tighten the spring as it gives way. Otherwise, the state it sustains would fall in ruin. The dissolution of the state may occur in two ways. When the prince no longer administers the state according to the laws and usurps the sovereign power, then a remarkable change takes place. It is not the government that shrinks, but the state itself. I mean that the great state is dissolved, and another is formed within it, composed only of the members of the government, which is now no more than a master and a tyrant in relation to the rest of the people. So that the instant the government usurps the sovereignty, the social pact is broken, and all ordinary citizens rightly return to their natural liberty, are forced but not obliged to obey. The same thing happens also when the members of the government usurp severally the power they should only exercise as a body. This is no less an infraction of the laws, and produces even greater disorder. There are then, so to speak, as many princes as magistrates, and the state no less divided than the government perishes or changes form. When the state dissolves, the abuse of government, whatever it may be, takes the common name of anarchy. To distinguish further, democracy degenerates into ochlocracy, aristocracy into oligarchy, and I would add that monarchy degenerates into tyranny. But this last word is ambiguous and needs explanation. In the vulgar sense, a tyrant is a king who governs with violence and without regard for justice and the laws. In the precise sense, a tyrant is a private individual who arrogates to himself the royal authority without having a right to it. It is in this sense that the Greeks understood the word tyrant. They applied it indifferently to good and bad princes whose authority was not legitimate. Tyrant and usurper are thus perfectly synonymous. In order to give different things different names, I call tyrant the usurper of royal authority, and despot the usurper of the sovereign power. The tyrant is he who puts himself in the place of the laws to govern according to the laws. The despot is he who puts himself above the laws themselves. Thus, the tyrant may not be a despot, but the despot is always a tyrant. Chapter 2. The principle that constitutes the various forms of government. To set forth the general cause of these differences, we must distinguish between the government and the prince, as we have already distinguished the state from the sovereign. The magistracy may be composed of a greater or smaller number of members. We have said that the ratio of the sovereign to the subjects was greater the more numerous the people, and by an evident analogy, we may say the same of the relation of the government to the magistrates. Now, the total force of the government, being always that of the state, does not vary, from which it follows that the more it expends this force on its own members, the less remains for it to act on the whole people. Hence, the more numerous the magistrates, the weaker the government. Let us try to make it clearer. We can distinguish in the person of each magistrate three essentially different wills. First, the individual's own will, which tends only to his private advantage. Second, the common will of the magistrates, which relates solely to the advantage of the prince, a will that may be called corporate, and is general in relation to the government, and particular in relation to the state of which the government is a part. Third, the will of the people, or the sovereign will, which is general both in relation to the state considered as the whole, and in relation to the government considered as part of the whole. In a perfect system of legislation, the particular or individual will ought to be null, the corporate will proper to the government very subordinate, and consequently the general or sovereign will always dominant and the unique rule of all the others. According to the natural order, on the contrary, these different wills become more active, the more concentrated they are. Thus, the general will is always the weakest, the corporate will occupies the second rank, and the particular will is the first of all, so that in the government each member is first himself, then a magistrate, then a citizen, a gradation directly opposite to that required by the social order. This being granted, suppose the whole government in the hands of a single man. There is the particular will and the corporate will perfectly united, and consequently, the corporate will has the highest possible degree of intensity. Now, as the use of force depends on the degree of will, and the absolute force of the government does not vary, it follows that the most active government is that of one man. Suppose, on the contrary, that we unite the government with the legislative authority, that we make the sovereign, the prince, and all the citizens as many magistrates, then the corporate will, confused with the general will have no more activity than the latter, and will leave the particular will in all its force, so that the government always with the same absolute force will be at its minimum of relative force or activity. These relations are incontestable, and still other considerations serve to confirm them. We see, for example, that each magistrate is more active in his corporate body than each citizen in his, and that consequently the particular will has more influence on the acts of the government than on those of the sovereign. For each magistrate is almost always charged with some function of government, whereas each citizen, taken by himself, has no function of sovereignty. Besides, the more a state grows, the more its real force increases, although it does not increase in proportion to its size. But if the state remains the same, the magistrates may multiply without the government acquiring any greater real force, because this force is that of the state, the measure of which is always the same, so that the relative force or activity of the government decreases without its absolute or real force being able to increase. It is also certain that the handling of affairs becomes slower in proportion as more people are charged with them, that too much is sacrificed to prudence and not enough to fortune, that opportunities are allowed to slip, and that the fruit of deliberation is often lost by dint of deliberating. I have just proved that the government grows weaker in proportion as the magistrates multiply, and I have already proved that the more numerous the people, the more the repressive force must increase, from which it follows that the ratio of the magistrates to the government ought to be the inverse of the ratio of the subjects to the sovereign. In other words, the more the state is enlarged, the more the government must be concentrated, so that the number of chiefs decreases in proportion to the increase of the people. At this point, I must correct the apparent lack of precision in the comparison I used. I said that the ratio of the government to the magistrates was like the ratio of the subjects to the sovereign. But instead of saying that the government grows weaker in proportion as the magistrates multiply, I should have said that it grows less active. For the force of the government remains what it was, but it acts less on the people. The force is lost in governing itself, but the more the government spends its force on its own members, the less it has to act on the whole people. So that the multiplication of magistrates makes the government weaker in the sense that it makes its activity less. But the total force of the state does not change. Now the government, having no other force than that of the state, its relative force, or the force it uses to govern the people, diminishes. But its absolute force does not diminish, for it is always the total force of the state, which is applied to the governing of the members. But a part of this force is taken for governing itself. And the more the magistrates multiply, the larger this part becomes. The remainder applied to the people diminishes, so that it is less, not absolutely, but in proportion to the number of magistrates. Thus we can say that government is weaker the more numerous the magistrates, because its relative force is less, and it is stronger the fewer the magistrates, because its relative force is greater. In a word, the ratio of the magistrates to the government should be the inverse of the ratio of the subjects to the sovereign. That is to say, the more the state grows, the more the government should be concentrated, and the more the number of chiefs decreases in proportion to the increase of the people. Chapter 3. Classification of Governments. We have seen in the last chapter why the various kinds or forms of government are distinguished by the number of members composing them. It remains in this chapter to see how this classification is made. In the first place, the sovereign may commit the charge of the government to the whole people, or to the greater part of the people, so that more citizens are magistrates than are simple private citizens. This form of government is called democracy, or it may restrict the government in the hands of a small number, so that there are more ordinary citizens than magistrates, and this is called aristocracy. Finally, it may concentrate the whole government in the hands of a single magistrate, from whom all others derive their power. This third form is the most common, and is called monarchy, or royal government. It should be noticed that all these forms, or at least the first two, admit of degrees and even of very wide differences. For democracy may include the whole people, or may be restricted to half. Aristocracy, in its turn, may from half the people restrict itself down to the smallest number. Even monarchy is capable of some distribution. Sparta always had 2 kings as its constitution required, and the Roman Empire had as many as 8 emperors at once, without its being possible to say that the empire was split up. Thus there is a point at which each form of government merges with the next, and we see that under 3 specific denominations, government is really capable of as many different forms as the state has citizens. There is more. In certain respects, the same government may be subdivided into other parts, one part administered in one way and another in another. And from these 3 combined forms may arise a multitude of mixed forms, each of which is capable of multiplication by all the simple forms. There has at all times been much dispute over the best form of government, and this without consideration of the fact that each is in some cases the best and in others the worst. If in the different states the number of supreme magistrates should be in inverse ratio to the number of citizens, it follows that generally democratic government suits small states, aristocratic, medium-sized ones, and monarchic, large ones. This rule is drawn directly from the principle. But how can we count the multitude of circumstances that may furnish exceptions? Chapter 4, Democracy. He who makes the law knows better than anyone how it should be executed and interpreted. It seems, therefore, that we could have no better constitution than that in which the executive power is joined to the legislative. But it is precisely this that makes such a government inadequate in certain respects, because things that should be distinguished are not, and the prince and the sovereign, being only the same person, form, so to speak, a government without a government. That he who makes the laws should execute them, nor that the body of the people should turn its attention from general considerations to particular objects. Nothing is more dangerous than the influence of private interests in public affairs, and the abuse of laws by the government is a lesser evil than the corruption of the legislator, which is the inevitable result of particular considerations. In such a case, the state being altered in its substance, all reform becomes impossible. A people that would never misuse the government would never misuse independence. A people that would always govern well would not need to be governed. Taking the term in the strict sense, there has never been a true democracy, and there never will be. It is against the natural order for the many to govern and the few to be governed. It is unimaginable that the people should remain continually assembled to devote itself to public affairs. And it is clear that it cannot establish commissions for that purpose without the form of administration changing. In fact, I think I can lay down as a principle that when the functions of government are shared among several tribunals, the least numerous, sooner or later, acquire the greatest authority, if only because of the facility of doing business, which brings them to it naturally. Besides, how many conditions that are difficult to combine does this form of government presuppose? First, a very small state where the people can be readily assembled and where each citizen can easily know all the rest. Second, a great simplicity of manners to prevent the multiplicity of affairs and thorny discussions. Third, a large measure of equality in rank and fortune, without which equality in rights and authority will not last long. Fourth, little or no luxury, for luxury either comes of riches or makes them necessary. It corrupts both the rich and the poor, the one by possession, the other by covetousness, to softness, to vanity. It takes away from the state all its citizens to make them slaves to one another and to opinion. This is why a famous author has given virtue as the principle of republics. For all these conditions cannot exist without virtue, but through failure to have made the necessary distinctions, this great thinker has often lacked exactness and sometimes clarity, and has not seen that the sovereign authority being everywhere the same principle must hold in every well-constituted state. In a greater or lesser degree, it is true according to the form of the government. It may be added that there is no form of government so subject to civil wars and intestine agitations as democratic or popular government, because none has so strong and continual a tendency to change into another form. or requires more vigilance and courage for its maintenance in its own form. It is above all under this Constitution that the citizen should arm himself with strength and constancy, and say each day of his life, from the bottom of his heart, what a virtuous Palatine said at the Diet of Poland: "I prefer liberty with danger to peace with slavery." If there were a people of gods, it would govern itself democratically. A government so perfect is not suited to men. Chapter 5, Aristocracy. We have here two quite distinct moral persons, namely the government and the sovereign, and consequently two general wills, one in relation to all the citizens, the other only for the members of the administration. Thus, although the government may regulate its internal policy as it pleases, it can never speak to the people except in the name of the sovereign. That is, in the name of the people itself, a thing that must never be forgotten. The first societies governed themselves aristocratically. The chiefs of families deliberated among themselves on public affairs. The young people yielded without difficulty to the authority of experience. Hence, the names of priests, of elders, of senate, of gerontes. The savages of North America govern themselves thus even today, and are very well governed. But in proportion as institutional inequality prevailed over natural inequality, wealth or power was preferred to age, and aristocracy became elective. Finally, the transmission of the father's power along with his goods to his children, by making families patrician, made the government hereditary, and there were senators of 20 years old. There are then three kinds of aristocracy: natural, elective, hereditary. The first is suited only to simple peoples. The third is the worst of all governments. The second is the best. It is aristocracy properly so called. Besides the advantage of distinguishing the two powers, it has that of choosing its members. For in popular government all the citizens are born magistrates, but aristocratic government limits them to a small number, and they become magistrates. Only by election, a means by which probity, enlightenment, experience, and all the other reasons for public preference and esteem are so many further guarantees of wise government. Moreover, assemblies are more easily held, affairs are better discussed and carried out with more order and diligence. The credit of the state is better sustained abroad by venerable senators than by a multitude unknown or despised. In a word, it is the best and most natural order that the wisest should govern the multitude, when it is certain that they govern for its advantage and not for their own. Resources must not be multiplied without necessity, nor must 20,000 men be used to do what 100 picked men can do even better. But it must be observed that the corporate interest begins here to direct the public force less according to the rule of the general will, and that another inevitable tendency takes away from the laws a part of the executive power, particular suitability. The state must not be so small that a simple democracy can suit it, nor so large that its chief can govern it as sovereign. But aristocracy, though it demands fewer virtues than popular government, also demands others that are proper to it, such as moderation among the rich and contentment among the poor. For it seems that strict equality would be out of place in aristocracy. It was not even observed in Sparta, for the form of government can tolerate a certain inequality of fortune in order that the administration of public affairs may, as a rule, be confided to those who can best give all their time to it, but not, as Aristotle claims, in order that the rich may always be preferred. On the contrary, it is important that an opposite choice should sometimes teach the people that there are in men's merits reasons for preference more important than wealth. Chapter 6. Monarchy. So far we have considered the prince as a moral and collective person, unified by the force of the laws, and as the depositary in the state of the executive power. We have now to consider this power when it is gathered together in the hands of a natural person, a real man, who alone has the right to dispose of it in accordance with the laws. Such a man is called a monarch or a king. In contrast with the other forms of administration, where a collective being represents an individual. In this form, an individual represents a collective being, so that the moral unity that constitutes the prince is at the same time a physical unity, and all the faculties that in the other forms are brought together by law with such effort are here found naturally combined. Thus the will of the people and the will of the prince, the public force of the state and the particular force of the government, all respond to the same mover. All the springs of the machine are in one hand. Everything moves towards the same end. There are no opposing motions, destroying one another. And we cannot imagine any constitution in which a lesser effort produces a more considerable action. Archimedes, seated peacefully on the shore and effortlessly launching a huge vessel, represents to my mind a skillful monarch governing from his cabinet his vast dominions, and making everything move while he appears immovable. But if there is no government that has more vigor, there is also none where the particular will more easily rules over the rest and has more empire. Everything moves towards the same end, it is true, but this end is by no means that of public felicity, and the very force of the administration turns constantly to the prejudice of the state. Kings want to be absolute, and from afar men cry out to them that the best way to be so is to make themselves loved by their peoples. This maxim is very fine, and even very true in certain respects. Unfortunately, it will always be derided at court. The power that comes from the people's love is undoubtedly the greatest, but it is precarious and conditional. Princes will never be content with it. The best kings want to be wicked when they please, without ceasing to be masters. A political sermonizer may tell them in vain that the people's strength, being their own, their greatest interest is that the people should be flourishing, numerous, formidable. They know very well that this is not true. Their personal interest is first that the people should be weak and miserable, and unable to resist them. I admit that if subjects were always perfectly obedient, the prince's interest would then be that the people should be powerful, so that this power, being his own, would make him formidable to his neighbors. But as this is a secondary and subordinate interest, and as the two assumptions are incompatible, it is natural that princes always give the preference to the maxim that is most immediately useful to them. This is what Samuel strongly set forth to the Hebrews, and what Machiavelli has clearly shown. By pretending to give lessons to kings, he gave great ones to the people. His prince is the book of republicans. We found from the relations already established that monarchy suits only great states, and we find this same result in examining the form itself. The more numerous the public administration, the more the ratio of the prince to the subjects diminishes and approaches equality, so that this ratio is 1-to-1 in democracy. This same ratio increases in proportion as the government is concentrated. And it is at its maximum when the government is in the hands of a single person. There is then too great a distance between the prince and the people, and the state lacks coherence. To form this coherence, there must be intermediate orders. There must be princes, grandees, nobility to fill them. Now, nothing of all this suits a small state, which will be ruined by all these social ranks. For a great state to be well governed, it is much harder still for it to be well governed by a single man. And everyone knows what happens when the king appoints substitutes. An essential and fundamental defect that will always make monarchical government inferior to republican is that in the latter, the public voice almost always elevates to the highest positions only enlightened and capable men, who fill them with honor, whereas those who succeed in monarchies are most often merely petty mischief makers, petty knaves, petty intriguers, whose petty talents enable them to attain great positions at court, but who once they have them only succeed in showing the public their ineptitude. The people is far less likely to be deceived in this choice than the prince. And a man of true merit is almost as rare in a monarchy as a fool at the head of a republican government. Thus, when by some happy chance one of these men born for government takes the helm of affairs in a monarchy, nearly overwhelmed by a crowd of pretty gentlemen, the resources he discovers amaze everyone, and his coming makes an era in the history of his country. For a monarchical state to be well governed, its size or extent must be measured by the faculties of the man who governs. It is easier to conquer than to rule. Given the proper lever, a single finger can shake the world, but to sustain it requires the shoulders of Hercules. However small a state may be, the prince is almost always too small for it. When on the contrary, it happens that the state is too small for its chief, which is very rare, it is still badly governed. Because the chief, following the greatness of his views, forgets the people's interests, and makes them no less unhappy by the abuse of his excessive talents than does a leader limited by his. A kingdom must, so to speak, expand or contract with each reign, according to the prince's capacities, whereas the talents of a senate being more fixed in measure, the state can have constant boundaries and its administration will not suffer. The most obvious drawback of government by one man is the lack of that continuous succession that in the other two forms provides an unbroken bond. When a king dies, another is needed. Elections leave dangerous intervals that are full of storms, and unless the citizens are disinterested and upright to a degree seldom found under this form of government, cabals and corruption come into play. It is hard for him to whom the state has sold itself not to sell it in his turn, and not to exact from the weak the money that the powerful have wrung from him. Sooner or later, under such an administration, everything becomes venal, and the peace found under kings is worse than the disorders of an interregnum. What has been done to prevent these evils? Crowns have been made hereditary within certain families, and an order of succession has been established to prevent any dispute when the king dies. That is to say, by replacing the drawback of elections by that of regencies. A semblance of tranquility has been preferred to wise administration. Men have chosen to risk having children, monsters, imbeciles for their rulers, rather than to have disputes over the choice of good kings. They have not considered that by exposing themselves to the hazards of such a risk, the chances are almost all against them. There is great wisdom in what young Dionysius said to his father, when the father reproached him for some shameful action by asking, "Have I set you such an example?" "Ah," answered the son, "your father was not a king." Everything conspires to deprive a man who is raised to command others of justice and reason. Much trouble is taken, it is said, to teach young princes the art of ruling. It does not appear that this education does them any good. It would be better to begin by teaching them the art of obeying. The greatest kings whom history celebrates were not brought up to reign. It is a science that one possesses least when one has learned it too much, and that one acquires better by obeying than by commanding. For the best and most natural way of judging what is good and what is bad is to prefer the choice of the person who makes you obey. If the question were simply which form of government produces the most brilliant and famous men, I should answer monarchy. But if the question is which produces the happiest people and the best men, I answer the republican form. Monarchy is good for nothing except to crush the peoples and make them wicked. All the vices that debase the soul come in its train. Kings want to be absolute. Once this is established, the first result is that the laws are never executed and that all goes to ruin. The second result is that the people is always sacrificed to the so-called public good. The king never fails to sacrifice the people to his glory and the state to his magnificence. As for the small number of kings who have given the appearance of justice and wisdom, they are like those monstrous meteors that astonish us by their rarity. It is the fate of monarchical government to fall without respite into despotism, and the only means of preventing this is to put insurmountable barriers between the prince and the people, so that the laws and the fundamental principles of the state are always present to the prince, and that he cannot violate them. But it is impossible for a monarch to contain the people without having an armed force that is his own. And as this force makes him formidable, it is very difficult for the laws to contain him. In a word, from the very constitution of monarchy, it follows that the prince is always above the laws, and the people always below them. The most desirable condition for a monarchical state is that the prince should be loved and respected by his subjects and feared by his neighbors, changes with his passions, and what is good for him at one moment is bad at another. What he loves today, he hates tomorrow, so that personal interest cannot be the rule of public conduct, which must be constant and uniform. The best remedy against the defects of monarchy is to make the crown elective. But this brings back the drawbacks of elections. And the more the monarchy is tempered, the closer it approaches aristocracy. If the crown is elective, the state becomes an aristocracy. For the king elected for life becomes a permanent magistrate, and the government an aristocracy with a single chief. It would be still better to establish a mixed government, but such a form is the most difficult of all to preserve from corruption. If the people is not wholly virtuous, and the government wholly wise. Chapter 7. Mixed Governments. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing as a simple government. A single ruler must have subordinate magistrates. A popular government must have a chief, so that in the distribution of the executive power, there is always a gradation from the greater to the lesser number, with the difference sometimes that the greater number depends on the lesser, and sometimes the reverse. At times the distribution is equal, either when the parts that compose the government are in a state of mutual dependence, as in England, or when the authority of each part is independent but imperfect, as in Poland. This last form is bad because there is no unity in the government, and the state lacks coherence. Which of these two is the better, simple or mixed government? A question much debated among politicians, and one that must be answered as I have just answered on the subject of forms of government in general. Simple government is the best in itself, just because it is simple. But when the executive power is not sufficiently dependent on the legislative, that is when there is more of a ratio between the prince and the sovereign than between the people and the prince. This defect in proportion must be remedied by dividing the government, for then all its parts have no less authority over the subjects, and their division makes them altogether less strong against the sovereign. The same disadvantage may also be prevented by the establishment of intermediate magistrates, who leave the government entire and serve only to balance the two powers and to maintain their respective rights. Then the government is not mixed, but tempered. The opposite disadvantage may be remedied by similar means, and when the government is too slack, tribunals may be set up to concentrate it. This is done in all democracies. In the first case, the government is divided to weaken it, for the maximum of force and weakness are found alike in simple governments, while mixed forms give a mean strength. Chapter 8. That all forms of government are not suited to all countries. Liberty, not being a fruit of all climates, is not within the reach of all peoples. The more we meditate on this principle laid down by Montesquieu, the more we feel its truth. The more it is contested, the more opportunity is given to establish it with new proofs. In all the governments that there are, the public person consumes without producing. Where then does it get what it consumes? From the labor of its members. It is the surplus of individuals that provides for the needs of the public, whence it follows that the civil state can exist only so long as men's labor yields them a surplus over their needs. Now this surplus is not the same in all countries of the world. In many it is very small, in others it is nil, in others it is negative. This relation depends on the fertility of the climate, the kind of labor the soil demands, the nature of its products, the strength of its inhabitants, the greater or lesser consumption that is necessary to them, and several other similar relations of which it is composed. On the other hand, all governments are not of the same nature. There are some that are more devouring, and others less. And the differences are founded on this other principle, that the further public taxes move from their source, the more burdensome they are. This charge must be measured not by the quantity of the impositions, but by the path they have to travel to return to the hands whence they came. If the circulation is prompt and well established, it does not matter whether much or little is paid. The people is always rich, and the finances always in good order. On the contrary, however little the people gives, if this little does not return, it is soon exhausted by giving always. The state is never rich, and the people is always at its last gasp. From this it follows that the more the distance between the people and the government increases, the more burdensome the tribute becomes. Thus, in democracy, the people is least burdened. In aristocracy, more so. In monarchy, it carries the greatest weight. Monarchy, therefore, is suited only to wealthy nations. Aristocracy to states of moderate size and middling wealth. Democracy to states that are small and poor. Indeed, the more we reflect, the more we find in this the difference between free states and monarchical ones. In the former, everything is used for the common good. In the latter, public and private forces are reciprocal. The one is increased by the weakening of the other. Finally, instead of governing subjects to make them happy, despotism makes them miserable in order to govern them. Here, then, we find in every climate natural causes by which we can assign the form of government that the force of the climate requires, and we can even say what kind of inhabitants it should have. Unkind and barren lands whose product does not repay the labor should remain uncultivated and deserted, or peopled only by savages. Places where men's labor yields only the bare necessities should be inhabited by barbarous peoples. All polity would there be impossible. Places where the surplus of product over labor is middling suit free peoples. Those where the soil is abundant and fertile and gives a great product for little labor call for monarchical government, so that the prince's luxury may consume the surplus of the subjects. For it is better that this surplus should be absorbed by the government than dissipated by individuals. I know there are exceptions, but these exceptions themselves confirm the rule, in that sooner or later they produce revolutions that bring things back to the order of nature. Let us always distinguish general laws from the particular causes that can modify their effect. If all the South were covered by republics and all the North by despotic states, it would be none the less true. That in terms of climate despotism suits hot countries, barbarism cold ones, and good polity temperate regions. I see also that while the principle is granted, there may be dispute over its application. It may be said that there are very fertile cold countries and very barren ones in the South. But this difficulty exists only for those who have not examined the matter in all its relations. As I have already said, we must take into account the relations of labor, forces, consumption, and so on. Suppose there are 2 equal territories, one yields 5 and the other 10. If the inhabitants of the first consume 4 and the inhabitants of the second 9, The surplus of the first product will be 1/5, and that of the second 1/10. The ratio of these two surpluses will then be the inverse of the ratio of the products. And the territory that produces only 5 will give a surplus double that of the territory that produces 10. But this is not a question of a double product, and I do not think anyone would dare to set the fertility of cold countries on a level with that of hot ones. However, let us assume this equality. Let us admit, if you like, that England is as fertile as Sicily and Poland as Egypt. Let us further admit that in all the South there are no republics. And let someone tell us if in the South the peoples are more oppressed and more miserable than in the North. The evil will be without remedy, and the inequality of governments will be still more pronounced. But if anyone claims that the same results would follow in the North, the whole principle is destroyed. But I am persuaded that it is true, and that all inequality disappears in the face of the law. Chapter 9, The Marks of a Good Government. The question, what is absolutely the best government, is as unanswerable as it is indeterminate. Or if you prefer, it has as many correct answers as there are possible combinations in the absolute and relative positions of peoples. But if it were asked by what sign we can know whether a given people is well or badly governed, that is another matter. And the question of fact might be answered. However, it is not answered, because each man wants to answer it in his own way. Subjects vaunt public tranquility. Citizens vaunt the liberty of individuals. The one prefers security of possessions. The other prefers security of persons. The one holds that the best government is the most severe. The other maintains that it is the mildest. This one wants crimes to be punished, and that one wants them prevented. The one thinks it a fine thing to be feared by neighbors. The other prefers to be ignored by them. The one is content when money circulates. The other demands that the people should have bread. Even if we could agree on these points and others like them, would we be further ahead? For moral qualities lack precise measurement. If we could agree on the mark, we could not agree on the valuation. For my part, I am continually astonished that we fail to recognize so simple a sign, or that men should be so dishonest as not to agree about it. What is the end of political association? The preservation and prosperity of its members. And what is the surest sign that they are preserved and prosperous? Their number and their population. So do not go and look elsewhere for this much disputed sign. All other things being equal, the government under which, without external means, without naturalization, without colonies, the citizens increase and multiply most, is infallibly the best. And that under which a people dwindles and wastes away is the worst. Statisticians, it is now up to you. Count, measure, compare. Chapter 10, The Abuse of Government and its Tendency to Degenerate. As the particular will acts constantly against the general will, so the government makes a continual effort against sovereignty. The more this effort increases, the more the Constitution deteriorates. And as there is no other corporate will here to resist the prince's will by creating an equilibrium, sooner or later the prince must end by crushing the sovereign and breaking the social treaty. This is the inherent and inevitable vice that from the birth of the body politic tends without respite to destroy it. just as old age and death destroy the body of man. There are two general ways in which a government degenerates, namely, when it shrinks or when the state dissolves. The government shrinks when it passes from a large number to a small one, that is, from democracy to aristocracy, and from aristocracy to monarchy. This is its natural tendency. If it went in reverse from a small number to a large, it could be said to relax. But this reverse progress is impossible. Indeed, government never changes form except when its exhausted spring lets it slip too low, and it can no longer maintain itself in the form it adopted. If in relaxing, it still extended its spring, its force would become nothing, and it would fail even faster. It must therefore wind up and tighten the spring as it gives way. Otherwise, the state it sustains would fall in ruin. The dissolution of the state may occur in two ways. First, when the prince no longer administers the state according to the laws and usurps the sovereign power. Then a remarkable change takes place. It is not the government that shrinks, but the state itself. I mean that the great state is dissolved, and another is formed within it, composed only of the members of the government, which is now no more than a master and a tyrant in relation to the rest of the people, so that the instant the government usurps the sovereignty, the social pact is broken, and all ordinary citizens, rightly returned to their natural liberty, are forced, but not obliged, to obey. The same thing happens also when the members of the government usurp severally the power they should only exercise as a body. This is no less an infraction of the laws, and produces even greater disorder. There are then, so to speak, as many princes as magistrates, and the state, no less divided than the government, perishes or changes form. When the state dissolves, the abuse of government, whatever it may be, takes the common name of anarchy. To distinguish further, democracy degenerates into ochlocracy, aristocracy into oligarchy, and I would add that monarchy degenerates into tyranny. But this last word is ambiguous and needs explanation. In the vulgar sense, a tyrant is a king who governs with violence and without regard for justice and the laws. In the precise sense, a tyrant is a private individual who arrogates to himself the royal authority without having a right to it. It is in this sense that the Greeks understood the word tyrant. They applied it indifferently to good and bad princes whose authority was not legitimate. Tyrant and usurper are thus perfectly synonymous. In order to give different things different names, I called tyrant the usurper of royal authority, and despot the usurper of the sovereign power. The tyrant is he who puts himself in the place of the laws to govern according to the laws. The despot is he who puts himself above the laws themselves. Thus the tyrant may not be a despot, but the despot is always a tyrant. Chapter 11, The Death of the Body Politic. Such is the natural and inevitable tendency of the best constituted governments. If Sparta and Rome perished, what state can hope to last forever? If we want to form a durable institution, let us not dream of making it eternal. To succeed, we must not attempt the impossible, or flatter ourselves that we are giving the work of men a solidity that human things do not allow. The body politic, as well as the human body, begins to die as soon as it is born, and carries within itself the causes of its destruction. But both may have a constitution that is more or less robust, and suited to preserve them for a longer or shorter time. The constitution of man is the work of nature. That of the state is the work of art. It is not in men's power to prolong their life. It is in their power to prolong that of the state as far as possible, by giving it the best constitution it can have. The best constituted state will have an end, but later than another, if no unforeseen accident brings about its premature ruin. The principle of political life is in the sovereign authority. The legislative power is the heart of the state. The executive power is its brain, which gives movement to all the parts. The brain may become paralyzed, and the individual still live. A man may remain an imbecile and live, but as soon as the heart has ceased to function, the animal is dead. It is not by laws that the state subsists. It is by the legislative power. Yesterday's law does not bind today, but tacit consent is presumed from silence. And the sovereign is held to confirm incessantly the laws it does not abrogate, having the power to do so. What it has once declared it to be its will, it continues to will, unless it revokes the declaration. Why then do men pay so much respect to old laws? It is for this very reason. We must believe that nothing but the excellence of old acts of will can have preserved them so long. If the sovereign had not recognized them as constantly salutary, it would have revoked them 1,000 times. That is why, far from growing weak, the laws in a well-constituted state continually gain new force. The prejudice in favor of antiquity makes them daily more venerable, while wherever the laws grow weaker as they age, it proves that there is no longer any legislative power, and that the state is dead. Chapter 12. How the Sovereign Authority Maintains Itself. The sovereign, having no force other than the legislative power, acts only by means of the laws. And the laws being only the authentic acts of the general will, the sovereign can act only when the people is assembled. The people in assembly, I shall be told, what a chimera! It is a chimera today, but it was not one 2,000 years ago. Has man's nature changed? The limits of the possible in moral matters are less narrow than we think. It is our weaknesses, our vices, our prejudices that shrink them. Base souls do not believe at all in great men. Vile slaves smile with an air of mockery at the word liberty. By what has been done, let us consider what can be done. I shall not speak of the republics of ancient Greece, but the Roman Republic was, it seems to me, a great state, and the city of Rome a great city. The last census in Rome gave 400,000 citizens bearing arms, and the last enumeration of the empire gave more than 4 millions of citizens, without including subjects, foreigners, women, children, and slaves. What difficulty might we not imagine in assembling frequently the immense people of this capital and its environs? Yet few weeks passed without the Roman people being assembled, and even several times. It not only exercised the rights of sovereignty, but also a part of those of government. It dealt with certain affairs, it judged certain cases, and this whole people was in the public square almost as often a magistrate as a citizen. If we go back to the earliest days of nations, we find that most of the ancient governments, even monarchical ones, like those of the Macedonians and the Franks, had such councils. However that may be, the one incontestable fact answers all difficulties. The transition from the possible to the actual is legitimate when there are precedents. Chapter 13. How the sovereign authority maintains itself. Continued. It is not enough that the assembled people should have once fixed the constitution of the state by giving its sanction to a body of laws. It is not enough that it should have established a perpetual government, or that it should have once for all provided for the election of magistrates. Besides the extraordinary assemblies that unforeseen events may require, there must be fixed and periodic assemblies that nothing can abolish or prorogue, so that on the appointed day the people is legitimately convoked by law, without need of any other formal convocation. But apart from these assemblies, which are juridical by their date alone, no assembly of the people that has not been convoked by magistrates appointed for that purpose, and in accordance with the prescribed forms, should be considered legitimate. For the very order to assemble should emanate from the law. As to the more or less frequent assemblies of the people, they depend on so many considerations that no exact rules can be given. It can only be said generally that the stronger the government, the more often the sovereign should show itself. This, I shall be told, may be good for a single city. But what is to be done when the state includes several? Is the sovereign authority to be shared, or is it to be concentrated in a single city, and all the rest subjected to it? I answer that we must not do either one or the other. In the first place, the sovereign authority is simple and one. It cannot be divided without being destroyed. In the second place, a town can no more be rightfully subjected to another town than a nation to another nation, because the essence of the body politic is the union of liberty and obedience, and because the words subject and sovereign are identical correlatives, whose idea is combined in the single word citizen. I answer further that it is always an evil to combine several towns into a single city, and that whoever tries to bring about this union should not flatter himself that he avoids its natural drawbacks. The abuses of great states must not be used as an objection against the man who wants only small ones. But how can small states be given enough strength to resist great ones? In the same way the Greek cities of old resisted the great king, and more recently Holland and Switzerland have resisted the House of Austria. Nevertheless, if the state cannot be reduced to its proper limits, one resource remains: to allow no capital to make the seat of government move from one town to another, and to assemble by turns the estates of the country in each of them. People the territory evenly, extend the same rights everywhere, carry everywhere abundance and life, so the state will become at once the strongest and the best governed that is possible. Remember that the walls of towns are built only of the debris of country houses. In the capital, I seem to see a whole countryside turned into hovels. Chapter 14. How the sovereign authority maintains itself. The moment the people is legitimately assembled as a sovereign body, the jurisdiction of the government wholly ceases. The executive power is suspended, and the person of the humblest citizen is as sacred and inviolable as that of the first magistrate. For where the represented is found, there is no longer any representative. Most of the tumults that arose in the Comitia at Rome came from ignorance or neglect of this rule. The consuls on such occasions were merely presidents of the people, the tribunes simple speakers, the Senate was nothing at all. These intervals of suspension, during which the prince recognizes or ought to recognize an actual superior, have always been alarming to the prince. And these assemblies of the people, which are the aegis of the body politic and the curb on the government, have at all times been the horror of chiefs. So they never spare care, objections, difficulties, promises, to disgust the citizens with them. When the citizens are greedy, cowardly, pusillanimous, more in love with repose than with liberty, they do not hold out long against the redoubled efforts of the government. Thus, as the resisting force continually increases, the sovereign authority finally vanishes, and most cities fall and perish before their time. But between the sovereign authority and arbitrary government, there sometimes intrudes a middle power of which I must speak. Chapter 15, Deputies or Representatives. As soon as the public service ceases to be the main business of the citizens, and they would rather serve with their money than with their persons, the state is not far from its fall. When there is a need to march to war, they pay troops and stay at home. When they are to go to the council, they name deputies and stay at home. By reason of idleness and money, they end by having soldiers to enslave the country, and representatives to sell it. It is the bustle of commerce and the arts. It is the avid interest in profit. It is softness and love of comfort that change personal services into money. Men give up a part of their profit in order to increase it at their ease. Give money, and before long, you will have chains. The word finance is a slave's word. It is unknown in the city. In a truly free state, the citizens do everything with their own arms, and nothing with money. Far from paying to be exempted from their duties, they would pay to fulfill them themselves. I am very far from the common view. I believe that forced labor is less opposed to liberty than taxes. The better the state is constituted, the more do public affairs prevail over private ones in the minds of the citizens. There is even much less private business, because the sum of common happiness furnishes a greater portion of each individual's happiness, so that he has less need to seek it in his own private cares. Every man flies to the assemblies. Under a bad government, no one cares to take a step to go to them, because no one takes any interest in what passes there, because it is foreseen that the general will not dominate, and because, in short, domestic cares absorb everything. Good laws lead to the making of better ones. Bad laws bring about worse. As soon as a man says of the affairs of state, "What does it matter to me?" we may be sure that the state is lost. The cooling of patriotism, the activity of private interest, the immensity of states, conquests, and the abuse of government have suggested the method of using deputies or representatives of the people in the assemblies of the nation. It is this that in certain countries men have dared to call the third estate. Thus, the particular interest of two orders is put in the first and second place, the public interest only in the third. Sovereignty cannot be represented for the same reason that it cannot be alienated. It consists essentially in the general will, and will does not admit of representation. It is either the same or other. There is no intermediate possibility. The deputies of the people, therefore, are not and cannot be its representatives. They are merely its stewards and can carry through no definitive acts. Every law that the people in person has not ratified is null. It is not a law. The English people believes itself free, but it is greatly mistaken. It is free only during the election of members of Parliament. As soon as they are elected, it is a slave. It is nothing. In the brief moments of its liberty, the use it makes of it well deserves that it should lose it. The idea of representatives is modern. It comes to us from feudal government, from that iniquitous and absurd government in which the human species is degraded and the name of man dishonored. In the ancient republics and even in monarchies, the people never had representatives. It is very remarkable that in Rome, where the tribunes were so sacred, it was never imagined that they could usurp the functions of the people, and that in the midst of so great a multitude, they never tried to pass a single plebiscite on their own authority. Yet one can judge of the embarrassment that was sometimes caused by the crowd from what happened at the time of the Gracchi, when a part of the citizens cast their votes from the rooftops. Where right and liberty are everything, inconveniences count for nothing. Among that wise people, everything was given its due measure. It allowed its lictors to do what its tribunes would never have dared to do. It had no fear that its lictors would try to represent it. However, to explain how the tribunes did sometimes represent it, it is enough to conceive how the government represents the sovereign. The law being only the declaration of the general will, it is clear that in the legislative power, the people cannot be represented. But it can and must be represented in the executive power, which is only the force applied to the law. This shows that on close examination, very few nations would be found to have laws. However that may be, it is certain that the tribunes, having no part of the executive power, could never represent the Roman people by the rights of their office, but only by usurping those of the Senate. Among the Greeks, all that the people had to do, it did for itself. It was constantly assembled in the square. It lived in a mild climate. It was not greedy. Slaves did its work. Its great affair was its liberty. No longer having the same advantages, how can the same rights be preserved? Your harsher climates give you more needs. For 6 months of the year, the public square cannot be used. Your stifled languages cannot be heard in the open air. You give more to your profit than to your liberty, and you fear slavery less than you fear misery. Only with the support of slavery, perhaps, the two extremes meet. Everything that is not in nature has its drawbacks, and civil society more than all the rest. There are some unhappy circumstances in which one can preserve one's liberty only at the expense of another's, and in which the citizen can be perfectly free only if the slave is utterly a slave. Such was the situation of Sparta. As for you, modern peoples, You have no slaves, but you are slaves. You pay for their liberty with your own. It is in vain that you boast of this preference. I find in it more cowardice than humanity. I do not mean by all this that it is necessary to have slaves, nor that the right of slavery is legitimate, since I have proved the contrary. I am merely stating the reasons why modern peoples who believe themselves free have representatives, and why ancient peoples had none. Be that as it may, the instant a people gives itself representatives, it is no longer free. It ceases to be. Chapter 16. That the institution of government is not a contract. Once the legislative power is solidly established, the next task is to establish the executive power in the same way. For this latter power, which operates only by particular acts, not being of the essence of the former, is naturally separate from it. If it were possible for the sovereign, considered as such, to possess the executive power, right and fact would be so confounded that we would no longer know what was law and what was not. And the body politic, thus denatured, would soon fall prey to the violence against which it was instituted. Since all the citizens are equal by the social contract, what all should do, all can prescribe. But no one has the right to demand that another should do what he does not do himself. Now it is precisely this right, which is indispensable for making the body politic live and move, that the sovereign gives the prince in instituting the government. That this act of establishment was a contract between the people and the chiefs it gives itself, a contract by which conditions were stipulated between the two parties, for the one to command and the other to obey. I am sure it will be agreed that this is a strange manner of contracting, but let us see if this view is tenable. First, the supreme authority can no more be modified than it can be alienated. To limit it is to destroy it. It is absurd and contradictory that the sovereign should give itself a superior. To bind oneself to obey a master is to return to full liberty. Further, it is clear that this contract between the people and such persons would be a particular act, whence it follows that this contract could not be a law nor an act of sovereignty, and consequently it would be illegitimate. It is clear, moreover, that the contracting parties would be among themselves under the law of nature alone, and with no guarantee of their reciprocal undertakings, which is in every way repugnant to the civil state. He who has force in his hands being always master of its execution, it would come to the same thing to give the name contract to the act of a man who said to another, "I give you all my goods on the condition that you give me back whatever you please." There is only one contract in the state, that of the association, and this alone excludes any other. No public contract could be imagined that was not a violation of the first. Chapter 17. The Institution of Government. Under what idea, then, should the act by which government is instituted be conceived? I note first of all that the act is complex, or composed of two others, the establishment of the law and the execution of the law. By the first, the sovereign determines that there shall be a governing body established in such or such a form, and this act is manifestly a law. By the second, the people names the chiefs who are to be entrusted with the government that has been established. This nomination, being a particular act, is not of second law, but only a consequence of the first and a function of government. The difficulty is to understand how there can be an act of government before the government exists, and how the people, who are only either sovereign or subjects, can become prince or magistrate in certain circumstances. Here again is revealed one of those astonishing properties of the body politic, by which it reconciles apparently contradictory operations. For this reconciliation is brought about by a sudden conversion of sovereignty into democracy, so that without any perceptible change, and merely by a new relation of all to all, the citizens, having become magistrates, pass from general acts to particular acts, and from the law to its execution. This change of relation is no speculative subtlety without examples in practice. It happens every day in the English Parliament. On certain occasions, turns itself into a grand committee to discuss affairs better, and thus becomes a simple commission instead of the sovereign court that it was a moment before. In this way, it subsequently reports to itself, as House of Commons, on the matter it has just settled as a grand committee, and deliberates anew under one title on what it has already resolved under another. Such is the advantage proper to democratic government, that it can be established in fact by a simple act of the general will, after which this provisional government remains in possession, if that is the form adopted, or establishes in the name of the sovereign the government prescribed by the law, and everything is thus in order. It is not possible to institute the government in any other legitimate way without renouncing the principles established above. Chapter 18. Means of preventing the usurpation of government. In confirmation of Chapter 16, these clarifications show that the act that institutes the government is not a contract, but a law. That the depositaries of the executive power are not the people's masters, but its officers. That the people can set them up and pull them down when it pleases. That for them it is not a question of contracting, but of obeying. And that in taking on the functions that the state imposes on them, they are doing no more than fulfilling their duty as citizens, without having the right to dispute the conditions in any way. So when it happens that the people institutes a hereditary government, whether it be monarchical within a family or aristocratic within an order of citizens, this is not an engagement it is taking. It is a provisional form it is giving to the administration, until it pleases it to ordain otherwise. It is true that these changes are always dangerous, and that the established government should never be touched except when it becomes incompatible with the public good, is a maxim of policy and not a rule of right. And the state is no more bound to leave the civil authority to its chiefs than it is to leave the military authority to its generals. It is also true that it is impossible to be too careful in such a case to observe all the formalities required in order to distinguish a regular and legitimate act from a seditious tumult, and the will of a whole people from the clamors of a faction. It is here above all that there must be no concession to an odious case except what cannot be refused it in all the rigor of the law. And it is from this obligation that the prince draws a great advantage for preserving his power in spite of the people, without it being possible to say that he has usurped it. For while appearing to use only his rights, it is very easy for him to extend them and to hinder, under the pretext of the public peace, assemblies destined to re-establish good order. Of a silence he has prevented from being broken, or of irregularities he has caused to be committed. He can suppose that those who are silent have spoken in his favor, and punish those who dare to speak. It is thus that the Decemvirs, after having first been elected for 1 year, and then continued for another, tried to retain their power in perpetuity by no longer allowing the comitia to assemble. And it is by this easy method that all the governments of the world, once clothed with the public force, sooner or later usurp the sovereign authority. The periodic assemblies of which I have spoken above are designed to prevent or defer this misfortune, above all, when they have no need of formal convocation. For then, the prince cannot hinder them without declaring himself openly to be a violator of the laws and an enemy of the state. The opening of these assemblies, which have for their object only the maintenance of the social treaty, should always be made by 2 propositions. That can never be suppressed, and that must be voted on separately. The first, does it please the sovereign to preserve the present form of government? The second, does it please the people to leave the administration to those who are at present charged with it? I presuppose here what I think I have proved, that there is in the state no fundamental law that cannot be revoked, not even the social compact. For if all the citizens assembled to break this compact by common agreement, no one can doubt that it would be very legitimately broken. Grotius even thinks that each man can renounce the state of which he is a member, and recover his natural liberty and his goods by leaving the country. But it would be absurd if all the citizens united together could not do what each can do separately. Book 4, Chapter 1. That the general will is indestructible. As long as several men in assembly regard themselves as a single body, they have only a single will, which is concerned with their common preservation and their general well-being. In this case, all the springs of the state are vigorous and simple. Its rules are clear and luminous. There are no embroilments or conflicts of interests. The common good is everywhere clearly apparent, and only good sense is needed to perceive it. Peace, unity, and equality are the enemies of political subtleties. Men who are upright and simple are difficult to deceive because of their very simplicity. Lures and over-refined pretexts do not impress them. They are not even clever enough to be dupes. When we see among the happiest people in the world bands of peasants regulating their affairs of state under an oak tree and always acting wisely, can we help scorning the refinements of other nations who make themselves illustrious and miserable with so much art and mystery? A state so governed needs very few laws, and as it becomes necessary to promulgate new ones, this necessity is universally seen. The first man to propose them merely says what everyone has already felt. There is no need of intrigues or eloquence to secure the passage into law of what each has already decided to do as soon as he is sure that all the rest will do likewise. What makes the statesman's task so difficult is the weakness of the general will. the obstacles that resist it, and the way in which it can hide. The general will is always constant, unalterable, and pure, but it is subordinated to other wills that encroach upon it. Each man, in detaching his interest from the common interest, sees clearly that he cannot separate it entirely. But his share of the public ill seems to him nothing compared with the exclusive good he seeks for himself. Apart from this private good, he wants the general good in his own interest, just as strongly as anyone else. Even in selling his vote for money, he does not extinguish the general will within himself. He evades it. The fault he commits is that of changing the state of the question and answering something other than what is asked him, so that instead of saying by his vote, "It is advantageous to the state," he says, "It is advantageous to this or that man, or this or that party that such or such a proposal should pass." Thus, the law of public order in assemblies is not so much to maintain the general will as to make sure it is always questioned and always answers. I could here set forth many reflections on the simple right of voting in every act of sovereignty, a right that nothing can take away from the citizens, and on that of speaking, proposing, dividing, discussing, which the government is always very careful to leave only to its members. But this important subject would require a separate treatise, and I cannot say everything in this one. Chapter 2. Voting. We can see from the last chapter that the way in which general business is managed may give a fairly reliable indication of the actual state of morals and the health of the body politic. The more harmony reigns in the assemblies, that is, the nearer opinion approaches unanimity, the more dominant too is the general will. But long debates, dissensions, disturbances signal the ascendancy of particular interests and the decline of the state. This seems less clear when two or more orders enter into its constitution, as in Rome, the patricians and the plebeians, whose quarrels often disturb the comitia even in the best days of the Republic. But this exception is more apparent than real, for at that time, by a vice inherent in the body politic, there were, so to speak, two states in one. What is not true of the two together is true of each separately. And indeed, even in the stormiest times, the plebiscites of the people, when the Senate did not interfere, always passed tranquilly and by a large majority. The citizens having only one interest, the people had only one will. At the other extremity of the circle, unanimity returns. It is when the citizens, having fallen into servitude, no longer have either liberty or will. Fear and flattery then change voting into acclamation. They no longer deliberate. They worship or they curse. Such was the vile manner in which the Senate expressed its views under the emperors. Sometimes this was done with ridiculous precautions. Tacitus notes that under Otho, the senators, while heaping execrations on Vitellius, at the same time made a frightful noise, so that if he ever became their master, he could not know what each of them had said. From these various considerations emerged the rules by which the way of counting votes and comparing opinions should be regulated, according as the general will is more or less easy to know, and the state more or less in decline, which, by its nature, requires unanimous consent, the social compact. For civil association is the most voluntary act in the world, every man having been born free and master of himself. No one may, under any pretext whatever, subject him without his consent. To decide that the son of a slave is born a slave is to decide that he is not born a man. If then, at the time of the social compact, there are opponents, their opposition does not invalidate the contract, but merely prevents them from being included in it. They are foreigners among citizens. When the state is instituted, residence constitutes consent. To dwell on its territory is to submit to the sovereign. Apart from this primitive contract, the vote of the majority always binds the rest. This follows from the contract itself, but it may be asked how a man can be both free and forced to conform to wills that are not his own. How can the opponents be both free and subject to laws to which they have not consented? I answer that the question is ill put. The citizen consents to all the laws, even to those passed in spite of his opposition, and even to those that punish him when he dares to violate any of them. The constant will of all the members of the state is the general will. By virtue of it, they are citizens and free. When a law is proposed in the People's Assembly, what they are asked is not exactly whether they approve or reject the proposal, but whether it is in conformity with the general will, which is their will. Each man, in giving his vote, states his opinion on this point, and the general will is found by counting the votes. When therefore the opinion that is contrary to mine prevails, that proves nothing except that I was mistaken, and that what I thought to be the general will was not so. If my particular opinion had prevailed, I should have done something other than what I had willed, and it is then that I should not have been free. That all the characteristics of the general will are still in the majority. When they cease to be so, whichever side we take, there is no longer any liberty. Now I have shown earlier how particular wills could be substituted for the general will in public deliberations. I have said enough on how to prevent this abuse. I shall speak of it again later. As to the proportional number of votes for declaring this will, I have also given principles for determining it. The difference of a single vote destroys equality. A single opponent destroys unanimity. But between unanimity and equality, there are several divisions in unequal numbers, at any one of which this proportion can be fixed according to the condition and the needs of the body politic. Two general rules can serve to regulate these relations. The first, the more important and weighty the deliberations, the more the opinion that prevails should approach unanimity. The second, the more the matter at hand calls for speed, the more we should narrow the prescribed difference in the division of opinions. In decisions that must be reached immediately, a majority of a single vote should suffice. The first of these rules seems more suitable to laws, the second to affairs. However that may be, it is by their combination that we can establish the best relations for giving the majority. Chapter 3, Elections. With regard to the election of the prince and the magistrates, which are, as I have said, complex acts, there are two ways to proceed, by choice and by lot. Both have been used in various republics, and we still see a very complicated mixture of the two in the election of the Doge of Venice. Montesquieu says that election by lot is of the essence of democracy. I agree, but how so? The law, he says, is a way of choosing that distresses no one. It leaves each citizen a reasonable hope of serving his country. But are these not the real reasons? In a democracy, the magistracy is not an advantage, but a heavy charge that cannot justly be imposed on one citizen rather than another. The law alone can impose the charge on the person on whom the lot falls. For on that footing, the condition being equal for all, and the choice not depending on any human will, there is no particular application that alters the universality of the law. In an aristocracy, the prince chooses the prince, the government preserves itself by itself, and it is there that voting is appropriate. The example of the election of the Doge of Venice, far from destroying this distinction, confirms it. The mixed form suits a mixed government, for it is an error to take the government of Venice for a true aristocracy. If the people has no part in the government, the nobility there is itself the people. A multitude of poor Barnabotti never came near any magistracy, and their nobility gave them no other title but the empty title of excellency, and the right to sit in the Great Council. This Great Council being as numerous as our General Council at Geneva, its illustrious members have no more privileges than our simple citizens. It is certain that, apart from the extreme disparity of the two republics, the bourgeois of Geneva exactly represents the Venetian patriciate. Our natives and inhabitants represent the city's townsmen and people. Our peasants represent the subjects of the mainland. In a word, however one considers that republic, apart from its size, its government is no more aristocratic than our own. The whole difference is that, having no chief for life, we do not have the same need to use the lot. Elections by lot would have few disadvantages in a true democracy, where since all are equal both in manners and talents, as well as in maxims and fortune, the choice would become almost indifferent. But I have already said that there is no true democracy. When choice and lot are combined, the first should be used to fill posts that demand particular talents, such as military posts, the other for those where good sense, justice, and integrity are enough, such as judiciary posts, because in a state well constituted, these qualities are common to all the citizens. Neither the lot nor the vote has any place in a monarchical government. The monarch being by right sole prince and sole magistrate, the choice of his lieutenants belongs to him alone. When the Abbé de Saint-Pierre proposed to multiply the councils of the King of France and to elect their members by ballot, he did not see that he was proposing to change the form of government. It remains for me to speak of the way of giving and collecting votes in the assembly of the people. But perhaps the history of Roman practice in this regard will explain more tangibly all the rules I could establish. It is not unworthy of a reader of judgment to see in some detail how public and private affairs were conducted in a council of 200,000 men. Chapter 4. The Roman Comitia. We have no really reliable records of the earliest days of Rome. There is even every appearance that most of the things told about it are fables. And in general, the most instructive part of the annals of peoples, which is the history of their foundation, is what we most lack. Experience shows us every day from what causes the revolutions of empires arise. But as no new peoples are now being formed, we have little more than conjecture to explain how they were formed. The customs we see established at least attest that these customs had an origin. Among traditions that go back to these origins, those supported by the greatest authorities and the strongest reasons should pass for the most certain. These are the rules I have tried to follow in seeking how the freest and most powerful people on earth exercised its supreme power. After the foundation of Rome, the nascent republic, that is, the army of its founder, composed of Albans, Sabines, and foreigners, was divided into 3 classes, which from this division took the name of tribes. Each of these tribes was subdivided into 10 curiae, and each curia into decuriae, headed by leaders called curiones and decuriones. Besides this, a body of 100 horsemen or knights, called a century, was drawn from each tribe, from which we see that these divisions, hardly necessary in a town, were at first purely military. But an instinct for greatness seems to have led the little city of Rome to adopt in advance a policy suited to the capital of the world. From this original division, an inconvenience soon arose. The tribe of the Albans and that of the Sabines remained always in the same condition, while that of the foreigners continued to grow as strangers flocked to Rome and soon surpassed the other 2. Servius's remedy for this dangerous abuse was to change the division. He replaced the division by race with one derived from territory, dividing the people into 4 tribes corresponding to the quarters of the city he had occupied. These 4 tribes each had its own quarter, over which it kept watch, and its own name. This preserved not only the local tribes, but the racial ones, and prevented the populace from merging with the citizens. To prevent this same inconvenience from affecting the centuries, he changed the way they were formed. Instead of 300 knights for the 3 old tribes, he raised the number to 18 centuries, but without changing the names. By this simple and prudent means, he separated the knights from the mass of the people, without causing the latter to murmur. To these 18 urban centuries, he added 30 others from the countryside, dividing the rural inhabitants according to their wealth into 5 classes. The first class comprised those whose wealth amounted to 100,000 asses, and so on down to the 5th, which comprised those with as little as 11,000 aces. In all, there were 193 centuries, 18 urban centuries, the 30 rural centuries of the 5 classes, the 18 centuries of knights, and finally a century of the very poorest, who paid no tax and served only as a reserve with but a single century, though they numbered more than half the inhabitants of Rome. So that of these 193 centuries, 98 had only to agree for the decision to be reached, and the proletarians, segregated in their single century, had no influence whatsoever. This constitution, excellent in itself, had 2 great defects. The first was that the votes, as we have just seen, were counted by centuries and not by heads. Thus it was almost always the rich who were the masters, not the poor. The second defect was that the rural populace, dispersed in the fields, could not be easily assembled, while the urban populace, being gathered in Rome, could dominate the comitia. Servius later added several other centuries to the 5th class, and raised their number to 30, so that with the 18 centuries of the knights, and the 193 of the first 5 classes, the total came to 241. But this left the first 2 orders with 98 to the poor's 99, so the rich still prevailed. To remedy this, the prerogative century was created and given the right to vote first. The vote of this first century, drawn by lot from a single class, decided for all the rest, which then followed without further examination. By this means, authority was taken away from numbers and given to the lot, which is the real principle of aristocratic government. But that would take us too far. In the last analysis, we see that the division of the Roman people into tribes was for the city's preservation, the division into curiae for its well-being, the division into centuries for its domination, and the comitia by tribes and by curiae were the government of the people. As for the comitia by centuries, they were nothing less than the stronghold of the aristocracy. To sum up, not only the government but the empire was republican in form. The people in a body exercised the sovereignty. The citizens assembled for the comitia by right of their age and their fortune. The Senate had no right to deliberate. It did not even dare, as it did later under the emperors, to express its opinion by acclamation. It merely referred matters to the people and reported their decisions. The consuls presided, the tribunes spoke, but without deciding anything. The people voted, and since the 3 orders voted separately, they must all be consulted. The will of the people was known by the majority of the classes. The sovereign authority belonged entirely to the people. They could not delegate it, nor be deprived of it. Therefore they were free, and they governed themselves. The tribunate, when an exact proportion cannot be established between the constituent parts of the state, or when indestructible causes continually alter their relations, one then institutes a particular magistracy that does not form a part of the body with the others. This magistracy replaces each term in its true relation, and creates a bond or middle term either between the prince and the people, or between the prince and the sovereign, or both at once if necessary. This body, which I shall call the tribunate, is the preserver of the laws and of the legislative power. It serves sometimes to protect the sovereign against the government, as the tribunes of the people did in Rome, sometimes to support the government against the people, as the Council of 10 now does in Venice, and sometimes to maintain the balance between the two, as the ephors did in Sparta. The tribunate is not a constituent part of the city, and should have no share in either the legislative or the executive power. But this very fact makes its own power greater, for while it can do nothing, it can prevent everything. It is more sacred and more revered as the defender of the laws than the prince who executes them or the sovereign who gives them. This was seen very clearly in Rome, when those proud patricians who always scorned the people as a whole were forced to bow before a simple officer of the people, who had neither auspices nor jurisdiction. The tribunate, wisely tempered, is the firmest support of a good constitution. But if its strength is the least excessive, it overthrows everything. As for weakness, it is not in its nature, and provided it is something, it is never weaker than it should be. It degenerates into tyranny when it usurps the executive power of which it is only the moderator, and when it tries to dispense the laws which it should only protect. the enormous power of the ephors, harmless as long as Sparta preserved its morals, accelerated the corruption once it had begun. The blood of Agis, slain by those tyrants, was avenged by his successor. The crime and the punishment of the ephors alike hastened the death of the Republic. And after Cleomenes, Sparta was nothing. Rome perished in the same way. The excessive power of the tribunes, usurped by degrees, finally served with the help of laws made for liberty as a safeguard for the emperors who destroyed it. As for the Council of Ten in Venice, it is a tribunal of blood, horrible alike to the patricians and to the people, and far from nobly protecting the laws. After their degradation, it serves only to strike in the dark, blows no one dares to notice. The tribunate, like the government, is weakened by the multiplication of its members. When the tribunes of the Roman people, at first 2 in number, then 5, tried to double this number, the Senate let them do so, quite certain that it could hold one in check by means of another, which did not fail to happen. The best means of preventing the usurpations of such a formidable body, a means no government has ever made use of, would be not to make it permanent, but to fix intervals during which it would be abolished. These intervals, which should not be long enough to allow abuses time to take root, can be fixed by law so that at need they can be easily shortened by extraordinary commissions. This means seems to me without drawback, because, as I have said, the tribunate, not being part of the Constitution, can be removed without the Constitution suffering. And it seems to me efficacious, because a magistrate newly installed does not start from the power his predecessor had, but from the power the law gives him. Chapter 6: The Dictatorship. The inflexibility of the laws, which prevents them from adapting to circumstances, may in certain cases render them disastrous, and make them bring about the ruin of the state in a time of crisis. The order and slowness of forms require a space of time that circumstances sometimes refuse. 1,000 situations may arise for which the legislator has not provided, and it is a highly necessary foresight to feel that one cannot foresee everything. We must not therefore try to strengthen political institutions to the point of depriving ourselves of the power to suspend their effect. Even Sparta let its laws sleep, but only the greatest dangers can counterbalance the danger of altering the public order, and the sacred power of the laws should never be suspended except when the safety of the country is at stake. In these rare and manifest cases, provision is made for public security by a particular act that entrusts its care to the worthiest person. This commission can be given in 2 ways, according to the type of danger. If increasing the activity of the government will suffice, power is concentrated in 1 or 2 of its members. Thus, it is not the authority of the laws. That is altered, but only the form of their administration. But if the danger is such that the apparatus of the laws is an obstacle to their preservation, then a supreme chief is named, who silences all the laws and suspends for a moment the sovereign authority. In such a case, the general will is not in doubt, and it is evident that the first intention of the people is that the state should not perish. In this way, the legislative authority being suspended, it is not abolished. The magistrate who silences it can make it speak, but cannot dominate it. He can do everything except make laws. The first was employed by the Roman Senate when it charged the consuls by a consecrated formula to provide for the safety of the republic. The second was used when one of the two consuls named a dictator, a custom for which Alba had given Rome the example. In the early days of the Republic, recourse was very often had to the dictatorship, because the state was not yet on a firm enough footing to be able to maintain itself by the force of its constitution alone. The state of its morals making superfluous many of the precautions that would have been needed in another age. There was no fear that a dictator would abuse his authority, or that he would try to keep it beyond his term. On the contrary, so great a power seemed to be a burden to him who was clothed in it. So eager was he to lay it down, as if taking the place of the laws were too burdensome and perilous a post. It is therefore not the danger of abuse, but that of cheapening. That makes me censure the unwise use of this supreme magistracy in the earliest times. For while it was freely used at elections, at dedications, and at purely formal functions, there was reason to fear it would become less formidable in time of need, and that men would grow accustomed to regarding as an empty title one that was used only for empty ceremonies. Towards the end of the Republic, the Romans, grown more circumspect, spared the dictatorship with as little reason as they had formerly lavished it. It was easy to see that their fear was ill-founded, that the weakness of the capital made it then a safeguard against the magistrates who were within it, that a dictator could, in certain cases, defend the public liberty without ever being able to attack it, and that the chains of Rome would not be forged in Rome itself, but in her armies. The feeble resistance offered by Marius to Sulla and by Pompey to Caesar clearly showed what could be expected. From the authority within the city against the force from without. This error led the Romans to make great mistakes. Such, for example, was the mistake of failing to name a dictator in the Catiline conspiracy. For as it was only a question of the city itself, and at most the province of Italy, with the unlimited authority that the laws gave the dictator, he would easily have broken up the conspiracy, which was smothered only by a combination of lucky chances, such as human prudence should never have counted on. Instead of that, the Senate contented itself with putting all its power into the hands of the consuls, so that Cicero, to act with effect, was forced to exceed that power on a capital point. And if the first transports of joy carried approval of his conduct, it was just that later he should be called to account for the blood of citizens shed against the laws, a reproach that could not have been made against the dictator. But the consul's eloquence carried all before it, and he himself, though a Roman, loved his own glory better than his country. He sought not so much the most legitimate and secure means of saving the state, as all the honor for having done so. Thus he was justly honored as the liberator of Rome, and justly punished as a violator of the laws. However brilliant his recall, it was certainly a pardon. For the rest, in whatever way this important commission is conferred, it is essential to fix its duration at a very short term, which can never be extended. In crises that call for it, the state is soon destroyed or saved, and once the pressing need has passed, the dictatorship becomes tyrannical or useless. In Rome, the dictators held office for only 6 months, and most of them abdicated before that term. If the term had been longer, they might have been tempted to prolong it still further, as the Decemvirs did with their 1 year. The dictator had only time to provide against the need that had led to his election, in which to form other projects. Chapter 7. The Censorship. As the declaration of the general will is made by the law, so the declaration of public judgment is made by the censorship. Public opinion is a kind of law whose minister is the censor, who only applies it to particular cases, following the example of the prince. Far from the censorial tribunal being the arbiter of public opinion, it is only its spokesman, and as soon as it departs from this function, its decisions are vain and without effect. It is useless to distinguish the morals of a nation from the objects of its esteem, for all this follows from the same principle and is necessarily mixed together. Among all the peoples of the world, it is not nature, but opinion that decides on the choice of their pleasures. Reform men's opinions, and their morals will be purified of themselves. Men always love what is good or what they find good. It is in judging what is good that they go wrong. This judgment, therefore, is what must be regulated. He who judges morals judges honor, and he who judges honor draws his law from opinion. The opinions of a people arise from its constitution. Although the law does not regulate morals, it is legislation that gives them birth. When legislation weakens, morals degenerate. But then the judgment of the censors will not do what the force of the laws has not done. From this it follows that the censorship may be useful for preserving morals, never for restoring them. Set up censors while the laws are in vigor. As soon as they have lost it, all is desperate. Nothing lawful has any force when the laws have none. The censorship upholds morals by preventing opinions from becoming corrupt, by preserving their soundness through wise applications, and sometimes even by fixing them when they are still uncertain. The use of seconds in duels, pushed to a frenzy in the Kingdom of France, was abolished there merely by these words of a royal edict. As for those who are so cowardly as to call upon seconds, this judgment, anticipating that of the public, at once determined it. But when the same edicts tried to declare that it was also a cowardly thing to fight a duel, which is perfectly true, though contrary to common opinion, the public mocked the decision on which its judgment had already been passed. I have said elsewhere that public opinion is not subject to constraint, and there must be no trace of it in the tribunal set up to represent it. We cannot admire enough the art with which this resource, wholly lost among us moderns, was employed by the Romans and even better by the Lacedaemonians. When a man of bad morals voiced a good opinion in the Council of Sparta, the ephors, without taking any notice, had the same opinion voiced by a virtuous citizen. What an honor for the one, what a stigma for the other, without giving praise or blame to either. Certain drunkards from Samos polluted the tribunal of the ephors. The next day, by public edict, the Samians were allowed to be filthy. A real punishment would have been less severe than such impunity. When Sparta pronounced on what is honest and what is not, Greece did not appeal against her judgments. Chapter 8. Civil Religion. At first men had no kings save the gods, and no government save theocracy. They reasoned like Caligula, and at that period they reasoned rightly. A long alteration of feelings and ideas is needed before men can bring themselves to accept their fellow man as master, and flatter themselves that they will be the better for it. From the mere fact that God was placed at the head of every political society, it followed that there were as many gods as peoples. Two peoples foreign to one another, and almost always enemies, could not long recognize the same master. Two armies giving battle could not obey the same chief. Thus, national divisions gave rise to polytheism, and later to the theological and civil intolerance that are naturally the same. As I shall explain below. The fancy the Greeks had for rediscovering their gods among the barbarians came from their also thinking of themselves as the natural sovereigns of those peoples. But in our own day, it is a very ridiculous kind of erudition that turns on the identity of the gods of different nations, as if Moloch, Saturn, and Kronos could be the same god, as if the Baal of the Phoenicians, the Zeus of the Greeks, and the Jupiter of the Latins could be the same, as if there could be anything in common between chimerical beings with different names. If it were asked how it came about in pagan times, when each state had its own cult and its own gods, that there were no wars of religion, I answer that it was precisely because each state, having its own cult as well as its own government, did not distinguish its gods from its laws. Political war was also theological. The provinces of the gods were, so to speak, fixed by the boundaries of nations. The god of one people had no right over another people. The gods of the pagans were not jealous gods. They shared among themselves the empire of the world. Even Moses and the Hebrew people sometimes fell in with this idea by speaking of the God of Israel. It is true they regarded as nothing the gods of the Canaanites, those proscribed peoples destined for destruction, whose places they were to take. But see how they spoke of the divinities of the neighboring peoples whom they were forbidden to attack. Is not the possession of what belongs to Chamos your god, said Jephthah to the Ammonites, legitimately your due? By the same title, we possess the land our conquering God has acquired for himself. This, it seems to me, was a well-recognized parity between the rights of Chamos and those of the God of Israel. But when the Jews, subdued by the kings of Babylon and later by the kings of Syria, tried to stand firm and refused to recognize any god other than their own, their refusal, regarded as a rebellion against the victor, drew on them the persecutions we read of in their history, and of which we see no other example before Christianity. Every religion being therefore uniquely attached to the laws of the state that prescribed it. There was no other way of converting a people than by subduing it, and no other missionaries than conquerors. And since the obligation to change cult was the law imposed on the vanquished, it was necessary to begin by conquering before speaking of it. Far from men fighting for the gods, it was, as in Homer, the gods who fought for men. Each asked his god for victory and paid for it with new altars. The Romans, before taking a place, summoned its gods to leave it. And when they left the Tarentines, their irritated gods, it was because they regarded those gods as subject to their own, and forced to do them homage. They left the vanquished their gods as they left them their laws. A crown of Jupiter Capitolinus was often the only tribute they imposed. In the end, the Romans, having spread with their empire their cult and their gods, and having often themselves adopted those of the vanquished in granting the right of city to both, the peoples of that vast empire finally found themselves with multitudes of gods and cults, which were everywhere almost the same. And this is how paganism in the known world ended, by being a single and identical religion. It was under these circumstances that Jesus came to establish a spiritual kingdom on earth. This, by separating the theological system from the political system, destroyed the unity of the state and caused the intestine divisions that have never ceased to stir up Christian peoples. Now, this new idea of a kingdom in the other world, having never been able to enter the heads of pagans, they always regarded Christians as true rebels, who under a hypocritical submission were only looking for the moment to make themselves independent and masters, and to usurp with cunning the authority they pretended in their weakness to respect. Such was the cause of the persecutions. What the pagans had feared has come to pass. Then everything changed its appearance. The humble Christians changed their language, and soon this so-called kingdom of the other world became under a visible chief the most violent despotism in this world. However, as there have always been a prince and civil laws, this double power has given rise to a perpetual conflict of jurisdiction that has made any good polity impossible in Christian states. And no one has ever succeeded in knowing whether he was obliged to obey the master or the priest. Several peoples, however, even in Europe or its neighborhood, have tried to preserve or restore the ancient system, but without success. The spirit of Christianity has won everything. The sacred cult has always remained or become again independent of the sovereign, and without necessary bond with the body of the state. Mahomet had very sound views. He tied his political system together well, and as long as the form of his government endured under the caliphs who succeeded him, that government was strictly one, and to that extent, good. But the Arabs, having become flourishing, lettered, polished, soft, and cowardly, were subjugated by barbarians. Then the division between the two powers began again. Although it is less apparent among the Mahometans than among the Christians, it is there all the same, above all in the sect of Ali. And there are states, such as Persia, where it is still felt. Among us, the kings of England have made themselves heads of the church. The czars have done the same. But by this title they have made themselves not so much masters of the church as its ministers. They have gained not so much the right to change it as the power to maintain it. They are not its legislators, but only its princes. Wherever the clergy is a body, it is master and legislator in its own sphere. There are therefore two powers, two sovereigns, in England and in Russia as everywhere else. Of all Christian authors, the philosopher Hobbes is the only one who clearly saw the evil and the remedy, who dared to propose the reunion of the two heads of the eagle and the complete reduction of everything to political unity, without which no state or government will ever be well constituted. But he must have seen that the domineering spirit of Christianity was incompatible with his system, and that the interest of the priest would always be stronger than that of the state. It is not so much what is horrible and false in his political theory as what is just and true that has made it odious. I believe that if we develop historical facts from this point of view, we could easily refute the opposed sentiments of Bale and Warburton, one of whom claims that no religion is useful to the body politic, while the other claims, on the contrary, that Christianity is its firmest support. We could prove to the former that no state was ever founded without religion serving as its base, and to the latter that Christian law is at bottom more harmful than useful to the strong constitution of the state. To complete my exposition, I need only state that religion, in its relation to society, which is either general or particular, can also be divided into two kinds, the religion of man and that of the citizen. The first, without temples, without altars, without rites, limited to the purely internal cult of the supreme God and the eternal duties of morality, is the pure and simple religion of the gospel, the true theism, what may be called natural divine law. The other, inscribed in a single country, gives it its gods, its own tutelary patrons. It has its dogmas, its rites, its external cult prescribed by laws. Outside the single nation that follows it, all the world is for it infidel, foreign, barbarous. It extends the duties and rights of man only as far as its altars. Such were all the religions of the early peoples, to which we can give the name of divine civil or positive law. There is a third, more bizarre kind of religion, which by giving men two sets of legislation, two chiefs, two fatherlands, subjects them to contradictory duties, and prevents them from being at once devout and citizens. Such is the religion of the Lamas, such is that of the Japanese, such is Roman Christianity. This can be called the religion of the priest. It leads to a kind of mixed and unsociable law that has no name. Politically considered, these three kinds of religion all have their defects. The third is so manifestly bad that it would be wasting time to amuse oneself proving it. Whatever breaks social unity is worthless. All institutions that put man in contradiction with himself are worthless. The second is good, in that it unites the divine cult with love of the laws, and, by making the fatherland the object of the citizens' adoration, teaches them that serving the state is serving the tutelary God. It is a kind of theocracy in which there should be no pontiff save the prince, and no priests save the magistrates. Then to die for one's country is to go to martyrdom. To violate the laws is to be impious, and to subject a guilty man to public execration is to deliver him to the wrath of the gods. He is cursed, excommunicated. In the second, bad because being founded on error and lies, it deceives men, makes them credulous and superstitious, and drowns the true cult of the divinity in empty ceremonial. It is also bad when, becoming exclusive and tyrannical, it makes a people bloodthirsty and intolerant, so that it breathes only murder and massacre, and believes it is doing a holy deed in killing whoever does not admit its gods. This puts such a people into a natural state of war with all others, very harmful to its own security. There remains, therefore, the religion of man, or Christianity, not that of today, but that of the gospel, which is completely different. By this holy, sublime, true religion, men, as children of the same God, all look upon one another as brothers, and the society that unites them is not dissolved even by death. But this religion, having no particular relation with the body politic, leaves the laws with only the force they derive from themselves, without adding any other force to them. And so one of the great bonds of a particular society remains without effect. What is more, far from attaching the hearts of citizens to the state, it detaches them from it as from all earthly things. I know of nothing more contrary to the social spirit. We are told that a people of true Christians would form the most perfect society imaginable. I see only one great difficulty in this supposition, that a society of true Christians would no longer be a society of men. I say further, that this supposed society would not, for all its perfection, be the strongest or the most lasting. By the very fact of being perfect, it would lack the bond of union. The vice that would destroy it would be its perfection. Everyone would do his duty, the people would be subject to the laws, the chiefs would be just and moderate, the magistrates upright and incorruptible, the soldiers would scorn death, there would be neither vanity nor luxury. All this is very fine, but let us look further. Christianity is a holy spiritual religion, concerned solely with heavenly things. The Christian's homeland is not of this world. He does his duty, it is true, but he does it with a profound indifference to the good or ill success of his efforts. Provided he has nothing to reproach himself with, it matters little to him whether all goes well or ill here below. If the state is flourishing, he hardly dares to enjoy the public happiness. He fears he may grow proud of his country's glory. If the state is in decline, he blesses the hand of God that lies heavy on his people. For the society to be peaceable and harmony to be maintained, all citizens without exception would have to be good Christians. But if unhappily there is a single ambitious man, a single hypocrite, a Catiline, for instance, or a Cromwell, he will certainly get the better of his pious compatriots. Christian charity does not readily allow us to think ill of our neighbors. Once he has found by some ruse the art of deceiving them and seizing a part of the public authority, behold a man raised to dignity. God wills that he be respected. Soon behold a power. God wills that it be obeyed. If the depositary of this power abuses it, it is the scourge with which God punishes his children. They would have scruples about driving out the usurper. It would be necessary to disturb the public peace, to use violence, to shed blood. All this accords ill with the gentleness of the Christian. And after all, what does it matter whether one is free or a slave in this vale of misery? The essential thing is to go to paradise, and resignation is one more means of doing so. Does some foreign war break out? The citizens march to combat without a thought. None of them dreams of flight. They do their duty, but without passion for victory. They know better how to die than how to win. Or vanquished. Does not Providence know better than they what they need? Only imagine what use a proud, impetuous, passionate enemy could make of this stoicism. Set against them those generous peoples whom a devouring love of glory and of the fatherland devoured. Set your Christian republic face to face with Sparta or Rome. The pious Christians will be beaten, crushed, destroyed before they know where they are, or will owe their survival only to the scorn their enemy feels for them. To my mind, it was a fine oath, that of the soldiers of Fabius. They did not swear to die or to conquer. They swore to return as conquerors and kept their oath. Christians would never have taken such an oath. They would have thought they were tempting God. But I am wrong in speaking of a Christian republic. Each of these two words excludes the other. Christianity preaches only servitude and dependence. Its spirit is too favorable to tyranny for tyranny not to profit by it always. True Christians are made to be slaves, and they know it and are hardly moved by it. This short life has too little value in their eyes. Christian troops are excellent, we are told. I deny it. Let someone show me such troops. For my part, I know of no Christian troops. They will cite the Crusades to me. Without disputing the valor of the Crusaders, I will note that far from being Christians, they were soldiers of the priest. They were citizens of the church. They were fighting for its spiritual country, which the church had somehow made temporal. Strictly speaking, this falls back under paganism. As the gospel never sets up a national religion, any holy war is impossible among Christians. Under the pagan emperors, the Christian soldiers were brave. All Christian authors agree, and I believe it. It was a competition in honor against the pagan troops. Once the emperors became Christian, this competition ceased, and when the cross had driven out the eagle, all Roman vigor vanished. But let us set aside political considerations and return to right, to fixed principles on this important point. The right that the social compact gives the sovereign over the subjects does not, as I have said, exceed the limits of public utility. The subjects therefore owe the sovereign an account of their opinions only insofar as those opinions matter to the community. Now it is very important to the state that each citizen should have a religion that makes him love his duties. But the dogmas of that religion are of no interest to the state or its members, except insofar as they concern morality and the duties that the believer must fulfill towards others. Beyond that, each man can have whatever opinions he pleases, without it being the sovereign's business to know them. For since the sovereign has no competence in the other world, whatever may be the fate of subjects in the life to come is not its affair, provided they are good citizens in this one. There is, therefore, a purely civil profession of faith, whose articles it is up to the sovereign to fix, not exactly as dogmas of religion, but as sentiments of sociability, without which it is impossible to be a good citizen or a faithful subject. Without being able to oblige anyone to believe it, the sovereign may banish from the state anyone who does not believe it. It can banish him not for being impious, but for being unsociable, for being incapable of sincerely loving the laws and justice, and of sacrificing his life, if need be, to his duty. If anyone, having publicly acknowledged these dogmas, behaves as if he does not believe them, he should be punished by death. He has committed the greatest of crimes. He has lied before the laws. The dogmas of the civil religion should be simple, few in number, expressed with precision, without explanations or commentaries. The existence of a powerful, intelligent, beneficent, foreseeing, and provident divinity, the life to come, the happiness of the just, the punishment of the wicked, the sanctity of the social contract and the laws. These are the positive dogmas. As for the negative dogmas, I limit them to a single one: intolerance. It is part of the cults we have excluded. Those who distinguish civil intolerance from theological intolerance are, to my mind, mistaken. These two kinds of intolerance are inseparable. It is impossible to live in peace with people one believes to be damned. To love them would be to hate God who punishes them. They must absolutely be reclaimed or tormented. Wherever theological intolerance is admitted, it cannot fail to have some civil effect. And once it does, the sovereign is no longer sovereign even in the temporal sphere. From that time, priests are the true masters. Kings are only their officers. Now that there is no longer and can no longer be an exclusive national religion, we should tolerate all those that tolerate others, insofar as their dogmas have nothing contrary to the duties of the citizen. But whoever dares to say, outside the church there is no salvation, should be driven from the state, unless the state is the church and the prince is the pontiff. Such a dogma is good only in a theocratic government. In any other, it is pernicious. The reason on which Henry IV is said to have embraced the Roman religion should make any honest man leave it. Above all, every prince who knows how to reason. Chapter 9, Conclusion. After laying down the true principles of political right and trying to found the state on its basis, it would remain to support it by its external relations, which would include the law of nations, commerce, the right of war and conquest, public law, leagues, negotiations, treaties, and so on. But all this forms a new subject too vast for my limited view. I should always have kept my eyes fixed closer to me. That is the end. The Social Contract by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1762, complete. And what has happened here? The general will, indestructible, remains the foundation. Voting, elections, the tribunate, the dictatorship, all have been weighed as instruments to preserve the body politic, and all carry the seeds of its destruction if misused. The censor declares public judgment, but does not create it. And civil religion, that most explosive chapter, locks the people to the state through a profession of faith. No gods but liberty, no intolerance but against intolerance itself. The final words are a gesture toward what remains unspoken, the relations between states. But the contract is complete. Man was born free, and everywhere he is in chains. Rousseau has shown how those chains can be made legitimate, whether his bridge leads to democracy or to the guillotine, to the general will or the terror. That is the question he leaves burning. We have read it. Not paraphrases, the actual words, broken into breath, into pause, into the silence where the meaning lands. I'm Jamil, and this is The Classic Mind, The Social Contract by Jean-Jacques Rousseau is complete.